Testing, testing, testing one.
Hello, Sonia, can you hear me? Hello, good morning. Sonia, can you hear me?
Vice Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días.
Vice Mayor Buchanan, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning. I don't know if you can hear.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clean. And yeah, that's good.
Hi, Ralph, can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank
Buenos
you.
días.
Hasta ahorita lo estoy viendo.
Can you put that in?
Yeah, I'll just. We should be starting like in 2 minutes, okay? For some reason, my computer not working. But I have my backup here. Sonia, are we ready?
Yes, Mayor, we're ready.
Buenos días a todos. Welcome to the 2022 Pledge Retreat. Oh, it's 2022, yeah? Oh, 2023. That's so true. That's a year behind. So, bienvenidos a todos. Thank you. Thank you for coming on a Saturday. I really appreciate council members. Thank you for coming and making time. I know Mario, he had a commitment, but he's online connected. So I just want to say thank you very much for spending a Saturday with us. And I made a little deal with myself that we're gonna leave early today because the vast majority of work has already been done. And I thank you, staff, and thank you for my council also. We've been having a lot of meetings, extra time in order to condense this day. I know it's Saturday and there's a lot of graduations going on, and we need to be home also with our family. So, so with that said, I will now call to order and get roll call, please.
Councilmember Luis Cabrera,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Ponce,
Present.
Councilmember Matias Rosales,
Presente.
Councilmember Gloria Torres. Here. Councilmember Africa Luna Carrasco. Present. Vice Mayor Mario Buchanan Jr.,
Present. Good morning, everyone.
Mayor Gerardo Sanchez.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we start, I'm actually going to change protocol. We're actually going to take the picture right now instead of in the evening when half of staff is gone. Okay, or for whatever reason. So group picture, aquí enfrente, por favor, council, por favor, let's do this beforehand. And because last year, people had to leave early. Entonces, o sea, let's take a picture, guys. Sorry, guys, ni modo. Para que despierte todo el mundo. Thank you. So Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and go with the, oops, give me a number. Okay, we're going to go with item number 2A, discussion and reviewing all matters regarding the proposed changes to the health benefits plan and the City of San Luis budget for the fiscal year 2022, 2023. Susan Posada, benefits consultant and staff. Susan, please.
Mayor, council, thank you for allowing me to be here. I think the son wants to photograph me too. Okay. I'm gonna kind of bend down a little bit. I got it. There. And then here we go. Control here. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's get started. I want to report the bad news first. Our claims increased about 30%, almost 31%, with the majority of the claims being on the large category. So we had a tremendous amount of claims this year. It was pretty bad. So remember that 31 because it'll be important in just a few minutes. Our reimbursements from the stop loss was 532,642. That's how much we've received to date. Okay, we still have a few more months, so there could be additional disbursements. We had several actually, but one really bad claim was almost 400,000. So this is actually good news that this is money that's coming back in. Given that I have said that we've had back claims, we were positioned with the trust. We anticipated this. I don't know if you remember about 7-8 years ago, we had some bad claims. We had to increase the amount that the city put in because of those claims. But the trust is doing extremely well that we were positioned for this. We prepared for this. So the stop loss renewal, the first renewal that came in was a preliminary, came in at 15.66%. And that was in February. The initial final came in at 19.81%, which is actually really good because if you consider that our claims increased 30%. So after negotiating with the stop loss and getting additional quotes, we've negotiated it down to 14.84%, which is excellent because if you look at our claim increases that were 30%, and now we've negotiated it down to less than 15%. And that saved us $32,379. Any questions about that?
And this is a percent increase. We're talking about, it was going to increase anyways.
Yes.
And the original, well, the projection before some of the big claims came in was 15.6. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, when you came with the 19.81, but after everything, it actually came low at 14.84, which is very good. I actually expected it to go like 25. I really did. But no, that's very good. Thank you.
We do have, so I'll kind of go back a little bit. Given that we have such a loss, and considering that the loss was 30% higher, the claims were, we met with management, and after we met with management, we've decided to recommend that the budget not increase in light of the increases that we're showing.
Yeah.
I'll move over this way. It's disrupting. So we decided that to recommend not to increase the cost to the employee and keep it the same way that we have right now. We've met with management, we met with Luis, we also met with accounting and HR, and we wanted to do that because we could afford to do that because the trust was doing so well. So given that we said that There are no copay increases. Let me see if I can get to that one. There are no copay increases, no deductible increases, no co-insurance increases for the year. So this is really, really good news. And we've positioned well. Everybody has taken care of the trust very well. Any questions?
We've been very fortunate for the past couple of years. We have not increased premiums to our employees, which is probably one of the best benefits. We still we still are considered one of the best providers of benefits, health benefits to our employees. Looking at what the district does, Gaston District, looking at what the county does, looking what the different elementary schools do, for example, we are at a much higher position. I can say right now that in Yuma County, the city of San Luis provides the best benefits at a more affordable rate at a family plan, and plus includes Mexico and dental and vision. And so thank you, council, and thank you, everyone, because it makes a big difference. And the fact that we're not increasing rates, like everyone is increasing between 23, 24%, makes a big difference.
The other good news is that your deductible is at $750 per employee, is very low. Most of the deductibles right now are about $2,000 average. Any questions? The vision services remain the same. There will not be any increases or changes to that. We're in our second of third year renegotiation, so the rates remain the same. There was a change to the EAP. We did see more usage this year, and the company has changed names and changed some of the things that they're doing. So it did increase about less than 5%, but we have not seen an increase from them in years. So this is appropriate. Any questions?
No. Any questions from council?
Okay, since I mentioned that the renewal has no plan changes with the deductible or anything like that, Mexico plan, nothing, there are no changes. But there are 2 changes within the plan that we recommended. And we can save quite a bit of money by changing from Magellan to Southern Scripts. Southern Scripts will now be our primary care provider. Very few people will experience any difficulties, except there will be what we call specialty medication. Most of those medications are injectables, and there we identify 8 employees out of 260 that have these medications. So those would be medications that would be filled, but prior to any transaction happening, Southern Scripts will contact the employee, and if necessary, we can obtain the medication from Canada, or they're the same medications, but they're a lot cheaper in other countries, and they will be shipped to the member.
A lot of pharmaceutical companies are actually doing that. They're getting their medicine from Canada. Some of them are even actually getting from India, or actually directly from the source.
Yes.
So it makes a big difference.
Makes a very big difference. We did an estimate of how much we can save based on the past experience. And on that, we can save about 170,000 approximately.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a big concern throughout the US right now due to the pandemic and everything that's happening in our country. And we're finding that mental health is a big issue. And we suspect, we've identified a couple of people, but more importantly, we think there are things that are coming that we have not even identified. So we've added a company called Exclusive Mental Health, which is very similar to eSurgeries. eSurgeries is a company that you can call. And if you call them, and if you need services, you can obtain the services, for instance, for knee surgery, hip replacement, gallbladder, for no copay, no deductible, no coinsurance. And if you go through them, these are planned surgeries, not emergencies. So we've added with the same company, this particular called Exclusive Mental Health. And we think that there's going to be more claims as a result of alcoholism, mental health issues, not just for employees, but also for the family members. So we believe that adding this is an additional benefit to the member, an incentive for them to seek help. So we've added this with no deductible and no coinsurance, but they will have to contact mental health, exclusive mental health services. But not everybody, not just everybody can go into this. Let me see. It would have to be approved by a doctor, and then it has to be approved by the insurance company. If a person is a danger to themselves or a danger to others, usually that's when a doctor will recommend this kind of services. So it could be for chemical dependency, depression, alcoholism, traumatic stress. We do have that, compulsive gambling, spending, anger and rage, compulsive, obsessive compulsive, AD&D, and much more. Some of the treatments, although sound nice, it's very difficult. They do get individual therapy, all of those listed there. So the savings to the city and to the trust could be about 30% if they went somewhere else and if they didn't go through this particular program. Any questions?
Before you proceed, I believe, are we waiving the 500?
Yes, that's the renewal fee,
Okay,
but
that's
we
the
are waiving the
500 deductible.
deductible, no co-insurance, no copay. What you see there is 500 is the fee for renewal for next year.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
because, yeah, there is the waive 500 that
Mhm.
normally people have to pay, and
Yes.
we're waiving that.
Yes.
Any questions from council concerns?
No, I just want to comment that I'm very happy that you've included this exclusive mental health. It's something that we overlook, or there's a big stigma around it, but it's real. And it's something that will help our employees and their families in case they need it.
They save money, an employee saves money, and the city saves money. It's a win-win. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. That was the first part. Now we're going to go to the financial overview. Monica, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. The budget retreat is an important event for the city of San Luis. We are setting a time away from our regular work schedule, just like you mentioned, Mayor, at the beginning of the meeting, to have a structured discussion about the progress that we made in the year, the investment of infrastructure, operational needs, and the action steps that we need to take to achieve the vision that we have for the city of San Luis. With that said, the primary objectives of the budget retreat is to present to council the highlights of the budget. We will be talking about the challenges, new developments, and what is in store for next year. I will be providing an overview of the expenditures and revenues, and the department heads will give you a summary of their departments. They will talk about what they accomplished in fiscal year 2022 and what are their goals for fiscal year 2023. Also, an important part of the budget retreat process is to obtain council input. We want to hear your concerns. We want to find solutions to those concerns, and we will reset priorities if it's necessary. In planning for the future, we do not want to plan only for fiscal year 2023. We want to lay the foundation to plan ahead. Also, we want to be able to identify opportunities, future opportunities, through the exchange of ideas. The budget planning and preparation takes about 6 months from beginning to end. It starts on January 25th by sending the delivery of the budget guidelines. And we held budget review meetings in February, March, and April, culminating in the budget retreat that we are having today. After the budget retreat, we will take all the information that is shared today, and we will work in preparing the final tentative budget that we expect to be presenting for approval to council on June 8th, 2022. Once it is approved by council, we will publish it in the local newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks. During this time, we will be hearing from the public, their comments, and we can change the budget if it's necessary. It is important to note, however, that once a tentative budget is approved, the ceiling for the budget is set. We cannot increase it, but we can decrease it. On June 22nd, we are planning to hold a public hearing and submit the budget for adoption. Once adopted, the budget becomes the legal document that gives us the authority to spend funds in accordance to council direction. Contrary to what people would think, budget doesn't end on June, but the process continues with the execution and implementation. And throughout the year, we monitor the budget and we adjust it if it's necessary. In order to have a successful budget, it is critical that we have a clear view of what is the vision and the needs of the city. In the drafting of the fiscal year 2023 budget, the priorities that we consider were to maintain the level of service of our residents. At the forefront of our priorities, it was also the expansion of roads, wastewater, and water infrastructure. And also an issue that has become a priority to solve is to be able to retain and attract employees. We have been having issue filling vacancies in the city. And also our priority is to foster the economic development to create jobs and improve the quality of life for residents and visitors. I also want to take the opportunity to mention that this year, for the first time, we have a draft, our budget proposal in a digital form. Everybody received a book, but also that is, it was created in a digital form. A digital book generates individual pages for each department. It makes it easier for the residents to find what they're looking for. It also gives them detailed information about how their tax dollars are spent. Right now, the digital book is posted in the city's website, and I invite everybody to check it out. Okay, so let's jump into the fun stuff, the financial data. And I want to start by showing everyone the history of the expenditure and revenues. And as the chart presents, we have had a very good financial performance. Revenues have been exceeding expenditures for the past years. The trend is projected to continue in fiscal year 2022. We're projecting to finalize the year with $45.9 million in expenditures and $50.2 million in revenues. This positive financial performance has allowed to build the healthy reserves, which in combination with the grants from the federal government has given us the financial means to do more projects this year than in any other year in the past. And this is reflected by the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 of $82.8 million. Okay, so now let's take a closer look only at the revenues. And for the revenues history, revenues have been increasing in an average of 9%. Due to COVID, we were projecting the revenues will be decreasing, but that didn't happen. And in fiscal year 2020, we experienced an increase of 10%, and in 21, an increase of 26%. So even though the revenues continue increasing, the consistency, as we were seeing it, disappeared. And it's because COVID has thrown us with so many different things that we were not expecting. In fiscal year 2021, the main reason for the increase is that we issue bonds that year to pay off the unfunded liability for the public safety pension. And also we receive revenue in CARES grant. For fiscal year 22 budget, the projected revenue is $50.2 million, and it's mainly due to grants that were not realized. And it is expected to be a decrease of 8%. For fiscal year 2023 budget, we are projecting $72.7 million, which is 22% more than budget, and pretty much is due to the grant revenue that we are expecting to spend next year, and a conservative increase in sales tax revenue. To give you a better look of how much the grants revenue are impacting our budget next year, these charts show you historical data for the past years, and you can see that in fiscal year 2023, our budget is over $18 million more than any other year. This chart presents the distribution of revenue by fund. Of the $72.7 million, general fund takes a larger portion, and for the first time, revenue grant takes the second spot, followed by the proprietary funds, and the other funds makes between 8% to 8%. I always like to show this chart to council so that you see clearly how much we rely on local sales taxes. Sales taxes represent 51% of the total revenues for the general fund, and the 43% is for the intergovernmental revenues, which is nothing else than the revenue that we receive from the state. License and permits and other types of revenue are at 3% both. And these charts show you the historical performance for the major revenue sources for the general fund. For city sales tax, we are projecting that we will finalize with less revenue than in 2021. The main reason is that the unusual circumstances of 2021, stimulus money was injected into the economy, there were unusual circumstances, and we are expecting in 2022, and we're seeing it, the revenues are decreasing in comparison with 21. And in 23, we are utilizing the projections to budget for that year. We are removing 2021. We consider that an outlier caused by the unusual circumstances of COVID. And for state sales tax and vehicle license tax, also we see a consistent growth. And for urban revenue sharing for fiscal year 2023, we see a spike in 2023 budget. That revenue comes from the state, and it is the income tax from Arizona taxpayers. There is a lagging always with that revenue. We are 2 years behind. So we expect that in the future will be decreasing. A new flat tax rate was approved in Arizona, and we believe that might affect us. But for now, we want to be having increased revenues in that category. Okay, expenditures. For expenditures, it is a very similar story as with revenues. They have been increasing consistently, but since COVID, the increase has not been as steady and consistent. In fiscal year 2020, they increased by 9%, 2021, 24%, due to the PSPRS payment that I just mentioned right now and CARES spending. And the projection is projected to decrease by 8%, mainly due to a significant amount of vacancies, CIP delays, and delays in the expenditure of grants. For fiscal year 2023 budget, we are projecting an expenditure budget of 82.89, which is 80% more than our projection. That sounds very significant, but you have to remember that there was a lagging in expenses due to the unusual circumstances that we were facing, but we are expecting in 2023, we will be catching up. That can be better appreciated in this chart, which compares only budget 2023 budget with budget 22 budget. It is only an 18% increase. And this chart gives you a better view of where that increase is coming from, the 18% increase. So what is increasing? Most of our increase is coming from capital items, representing 65% of the 18% increase, followed by salaries and expenses, 16%, and special services, which is 9%. In the special services category, we have contractual services, professional services, utilities. And this year, in the contractual services category, our contractual service budget is increasing. As we just have in the last work session, we are contributing a one-time payment to Whitecat. This is driving part of that increase. Also, we are hiring a specialized external help to support our departments. And legal is putting some budget for litigation, for condemnations that they have to fight. All the other categories range between 1% and 5% increase, which we consider is conservative given the high rising costs that we are seeing and that we expect to see next year. Capital projects. For capital projects, we are budgeting $25.1 million. This is $8.1 million more than last year. As you can see, all the capital projects are spread across all departments, but the departments that are taking the largest share of CIP are economic development, streets, water and wastewater operations, and public safety. The following chart tells you where or how those projects are being funded. And the category that is funding more of the capital projects is the grants, followed by the impact fees fund, and the largest source is the general fund. This chart shows you some of the most relevant capital projects that are in our plan. I'm not going to go into detail with those. The department heads will be providing you with that information. I just want to mention that all of those projects are critical to support the tremendous growth that we are seeing in the city of San Luis. For the personal budget, we are proposing a 2.2 million budget, which is adjusted to 1 million via reduction of operational costs and vacation buyback program. In the budget, we are also allocating funds for a city-wide salary classification study. The last study that we had was back in 2018, 4 years ago, and many things have changed since then. We think that it is time to refresh the salary study that we have to reflect the current market trends. In addition, the personal budget considers 27 new full-time positions, 9 promotions, 14 new part-time positions, 700,000 for salary increases. And I want to also make a note that even though that we did not budget for the vacation buyback, it is not off the table. We will be having a review at the middle of the year. And if there is budget availability, employees will be able to sell their vacation, continue with the program. The distribution of the expenditures is pretty similar to the revenues. General fund is taking more of the pie with 37%, grants 24%, proprietary funds 21%, and the rest of the funds takes less of the pie between 9% and 1% between all of them. Okay. Our tentative budget draft. Before I go and present you with a tentative budget for next year, I just want to give a refresher to council of the financial policies that my office considers when preparing the budget. We manage a 6-month operational reserves. This is more conservative than other municipalities do, but due to the heavy reliance that we have on only one source of income, it is important that we are protected in case of a downturn in the economy. We also manage a PSPRS fund reserve and a debt service reserve. And we match one-time revenues with one-time expenditures. This is very important, as well as matching recurring expenditures with recurring revenues. We manage a contingency budget for unforeseen circumstances, and we adhere to the state statute. Especially right now, we are following very closely the expenditure limitation. With the expenditure limitation, the commission determined an expenditure limit of how much municipalities can spend based on the population. There are heavy penalties for exceeding this threshold. For fiscal year 2023, our limitation is 51.2 million. There are also exclusions that we can take. And when we factor in those exclusions, we are below the 51 million, so that means that we're okay. I just want to mention that this last year, we filed, every year we need to file a report to the Arizona Treasurer, and we were 23 million away from meeting that limit. However, we have been accumulating reserves, which has given us the capacity to spend more. To each year, that gap is closing. We are monitoring very closely, and I believe that next year we will have more information to council, whereas we will recommend to go to voters to request a home rule election or a permanent base adjustment, because we don't want to limit ourselves on what we can do, having a limit on what we spend. This chart shows you the performance for each of the funds of the city. As you can see, some funds present a shortfall. I'm not concerned about the general fund, wastewater, and impact fees funds. All of those funds have healthy reserves that can offset those shortfalls. However, for the solid waste and high user fund, they do not have built up enough reserves to offset those shortfalls. And right now, the general fund is subsidizing the highway user fund shortfall and is lending to the solid waste fund. So this is our tentative budget. We are presenting a financial plan for fiscal year 2023, a balanced budget showing $82.19 million in revenue, $82.9 million in expenditures. As I mentioned, the shortfalls are being offset by positive carryovers that we have from prior years. Planning for the future. As we go into fiscal year 2023, it is important that we start diversifying and increasing revenues. We are limiting the operational growth of the city by the city sales tax growth. And unfortunately, city sales tax revenue and HERF revenue are not growing in the same proportion that are growing needs of our city. Also, as I mentioned, we have been able to accumulate healthy reserves that will give us the highest capacity to do significant CIP improvements. It is important, however, to strategically plan to ensure that we maximize the use of those funds and ensure that those projects are completed. About the retention of personnel, as we have discussed, we have been struggling to fill vacancies. For fiscal year 22, we project we will be $2.4 million under budget due to vacancies. That should be in our forefront, our priorities, and we should continue the work we're doing to offer competitive pay to employees. Looking ahead of fiscal year 2023, we are very excited about the future. We are a vibrant binational community with a lot of history. And by 24, we expect we will reach 70,000 residents. As we plan for the future, we concentrate on 4 major concentration areas, which circle around the economy, public services, environment, and growth. Those are the forefront of our in our planning process. When we are planning, those are the foundations for us to set the objectives for fiscal year 2023. We know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. We are very excited about the challenge, and we know that working together, we can make things happen. Thank you very much. And I'm open for any questions if council has any questions.
Thank you for clarifying, because when people see those $88 million proposed budget and compare it to previous years, it's very important we clarify that some of that money was carried over because of COVID, not because we're not doing anything. It's because of COVID restrictions, the availability of material, building material, you name it. And so, and also grants. Wow, it's amazing. It's been a good 3 years. Thank you. That's all I said. Anyone else?
Just want to add, thank you, Monica. It's a great presentation. I love pie charts, makes it easier to read. Very detailed, and this is something that even the public will follow along with that has no knowledge of our financial
Very simple.
status. So thank you. Very detailed and easy to follow presentation. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you so much. Also, we're planning to submit it to the GFOA, the budget book, for award. That's an objective of the department. We're going for it.
I think this is award material. So good luck on that.
Good luck. Thank you. Anyone else from council?
Yeah, well, Monica, thank you very much. And that was a very great presentation. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
So we're going to go ahead and go with the Public Works Department from 9:10 to 9:40. So we started early. So a ver qué podemos hacer, Mr. Vera.
We good?
Listo.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So great presentation from Monica. She sort of sets the tone as far as, even for us department heads, seeing what's going on with everything with the city. So starting off with my first slide, Public Works, we have 5 divisions that we really always speak of, which is highway users, solid waste, fleet services, water and wastewater. But then we also included the Public Work Administration, which and many times it takes half of our day, just dealing with all this stuff that not specifically with each division, such as development, engineering, planning. And those are critical things that we need to, to include because they're key for the growth of the city. We included our mission statement, but it really, in essence, is really, or in summary, is really we try to spend our resources in what's needed the most, which is really infrastructure, planning for the future, with the idea or goal of making sure that we are able to be attractive for future businesses and are able to sustain, our current services to our community, and all with the leadership of council, which represent the community. We included an organization chart, but mainly just to show that we have total vacancies that we've been, having for some time now. And it's just not one department, it's just our division, it's multiple divisions. And this just goes along with what Ms. Costa presented, that we've been struggling to fill positions. The overview really for the budget is board planning for new projects or new infrastructure, as well expanding some of what's existing and more personnel. In our Public Works Administration, we do have a tight ship. I mean, we don't have extra staff. We have a skeleton crew. But one of the requests that we're having this year is a project manager. As we can see, we've had quite a few projects in the last few years, and we're going to be having more. So that's the reason we want to have additional staff to help us keep on track with all the different projects and a lot of the different tasks that are hard to keep up with, such as right-of-way acquisition, environmental clearances. So that's our request for Public Works Administration. And I'll go through, as I go as each division, maybe I'll stop for questions or just leave it to the end.
If there's any questions, we'll interrupt you.
Okay, perfect. I'll be presenting highway users division and wastewater, and I just present administration. Mr. Perez will be presenting water, solid waste, and fleet. So on the highway users division, really our big request is for projects. Some of these projects have been in the list before. We just haven't been able to complete them, mainly because of right-of-way issues or utility clearance issues. So that's where we're at. Starting off on the list, top of the list, we have 4th Avenue and Cesar Chavez Boulevard. So we have that, it's been designed for some time now. APS is about to complete their utility relocations, and we would be able to move into construction with that project. The next one on the list is County 22nd and 4th Avenue intersection. That one, the holdup on that one was really also, we had a little corner of right-of-way that we needed to acquire from the adjacent owner. We're closing that up, and we should be going out to bid here soon. I would say before the end of the fiscal year. So this is really funds that we would have to spend the following year, just because in the lead time to get the signal equipment and pole. Next project is 10th Avenue and Cesar Chavez Boulevard. This is partially funded by the city and partial by developers. This one, the holdup is right away. This application for that right away has been submitted over 2 years ago. So we're working with USBR to hopefully get that here in this next fiscal year and get started with that project. We included 250,000 this year for parent preservation, which is about 100,000 less than last or than fiscal year 2022. But that's mainly trying to help all the additional projects that we have on the list. And our streets are much, much better condition than
They were 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, we had, not too long ago, we had somebody from Yuma that used to work in Yuma Public Works come over to work for us. And he was surprised that we hardly ever do potholes anymore. You know, we just, I think the support that we received from council to do the parent preservation has helped a lot in the operations as well. That's not our priority over there. They said, you know, it rains, they get cold mix and dry the streets to cover up potholes. So we're not there yet. So I think we can afford a little bit less in parent preservation for this coming fiscal year. Next project on the list, Avenue F and Avenue F winding. So on that project, we're actually working on right away, not on right away, on design, because right away we found out we have right away for Avenue F winding. The only thing is that it is county, it is within the county as well as the intersection with Cesar Chavez Boulevard. So if council wants to wind the intersection, wind that section of road, we either have to annex so that it's under our jurisdiction, or we'll just have to get permitting from the county to do it. But we're going to be investing outside our city limits pretty much. We're not city limits, within jurisdiction. This is really not part of the city of San Luis. But talk to the county and they are willing to work with us if we wanted to annex. They just don't have the funds to really do it in the next couple of years.
Yeah, they do. Pull it away from foothills, they'll find it.
I mean,
So at my level, that's what I was been told.
they've increased property taxes, haven't they? Just saying.
When's the last time county had a project in town and some of their right away, or have they ever done anything?
No, the Yuma County wouldn't have any project within us.
Okay.
Yuma County Flood Control did, however. They did the downtown stormwater system,
same,
phase
same.
1 and phase 2.
Downtown.
They're doing a drainage study, which actually I'm not sure. We haven't had a meeting in a while now, but they're doing a drainage study for the north part of town. It includes Gadsden as well as all that land north of Los Oros. And that's just planning ahead, trying to have like a regional storm retention basin when that like where the possible hotel area or just right in front of the old school district office, Barclay property. If that was to develop, we want to make sure we have a regional retention basin so that water goes there. And so that drainage study is being actually currently worked on also. But that's the Yuma County Flood Control District.
Yeah.
Yuma County, we just work together. We're working together on Avenue E extension, or they call it, keep forgetting, E to D corridor. Avenue E D corridor. I keep going
County
back to the
19.
original name.
Yeah.
So we're working together with that one with the county. I know they've been asking and working with me at the YMPO level, trying to find funding to redo Highway 95 between Yuma and San Luis.
All right.
They did chip seal, you know, that'll help it some for a few years, but then eventually you have to do like a resurfacing.
I think for Avenue F, we're probably gonna have to lean towards the annexation and might as well, since it is.
I think so. I think, I mean, we're gonna work on the funding side on our side, just like we're doing now, and then eventually try to annex it, and I'm sure they'll be happy that we're gonna be annexing that area. Next on the list, we have some street lighting, and we leave that there as a placeholder because we're trying to cover those darker streets, old streets that don't have enough lighting. We can work with APS and try and add some additional lighting to those areas. At this point, we don't have a list identified. I do have a draft that some interns put together for me, but really I haven't been able to continue with that project and formalize a list. I can come back to council once I have it.
Please do. Please.
On Avenue in County 24th Street, when this list was put together, we're looking at a traffic signal or roundabout at Avenue in County 24th Street. At this time, we can say we're gonna be moving forward at a street signal, not a roundabout. And just mainly because of the diverse type of development that's happening. A roundabout will be helpful for the near future, but 5 years on the road, it really wouldn't do much for the type of traffic that we'll be seeing there. And that's for design. Next on the list, traffic signal on Avenue F and County 24th Street. That goes along with the Avenue F widening. That really has to happen together. We can't get any benefits of widening a street without improving the intersection. We have on this slide, the last one is a new building for the highway users division. We actually had it in the budget this year. Once we start working with an architect, coming up with a conceptual, and we can't just do a small building anymore. We're so large and we need to plan for 20 years down the road. So we decided to take our time and come back and to a drawing board and really come up with what's best for the city for the next 20, 30, 40 years. And just doing a little building there wouldn't do that for us. That's why we have the design in this budget. The next one on the list, we have perimeter streets for the East San Luis Community Park. On that one, 3 of those streets are actually, we have somebody on the contract to do 3 of them. And then what's on the list here is County 24th Street. Actually, I'm out to bid right now on that one. We'll get started, but that's what we estimated to be the remainder to complete the project for next fiscal year. We think we're gonna do maybe 100,000 this year, just because what's left of the fiscal year. And this is the remainder.
And that's working concurrent with the right of ways that we're still pending, or?
No, this is for County 24th Street around the park.
Oh, okay.
So we have San Antonio, 19th and 20th actually are under contract with Evans to be completed since they were actually working for the neighboring development. And then County 24th Street, I went out to bid. So that's the portion of 24th Street between 19th and 20th. And an estimate would be roughly about 300,000. We think we're going to get 100,000 this fiscal year, and then this is the remainder to complete it in the following year. The next one is the one that you
that's
were
the one I was
referring to.
reading.
Yeah, County 24th Street and between Avenue H and Avenue F and a half. That one, we're waiting on, well, we're not waiting anymore. They told us we need to do an environmental assessment for County 24th Street.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a big surprise for staff.
how long is that gonna take? 18 months?
It takes, they said between 6 to 8 months.
Is it a full or an amendment?
No, it's a full environmental assessment, and it was a surprise because it's a disturbed road. I mean, we have a water line, we graded the whole width, put it AB over the water line. It's used by Border Patrol, off-roaders. I mean, I wouldn't drive my vehicle there, just that bad of a shape. And they're wanting to do an environmental assessment, which is, we're trying to work with them, but I don't think there's gonna be a way out on that one. We actually had a conference call with the environmental group from Bureau of Reclamation, and they are the ones that are asking for it. We're hoping that we can do some mitigation measures for the flat-tailed horned lizard, that would be fair, but as far as the actual full
Damn
assessment,
lizard.
it was sort of a surprise for staff.
It's a lizard como de lata.
So we'll continue to work with them, and hopefully we can reduce that time frame. But that's where we're at on that one. And that's where I would say 98% of it is already existing right away, just permission to build. There's a little strip on Avenue F and a half north of 24th that is new, but that could wait. I mean, we can build it, we can wait 8 months or whatever and build that portion. But they're sort of wanting us to do the environmental assessment. The next project on the list, County 24th Street, streetlights, County 22nd streetlights between 4th and Sidewinder Road. That's something that we already started conversation with APS. And we're actually starting the conceptual layout of what's needed with them. I think we can probably get those up in the next 6 months or so, just because of mainly supply chain issues. This project usually would take 2 to 3 months, but right now it's really uncertain. Next one on the list, Sidewinder Road and County 22nd intersection improvements. That's currently under design right now. And this would be for the construction aspects of it. That would be mainly adding turn lanes on that intersection and leaving conduit for a future signal. If we were to decide an added signal now, we could. We're in the design stage still. But right now it's without a signal, just the improvements. Just knowing that the peak hour is really when it's needed. The next two, Fifth Avenue and Seventh Avenue, when this was put together, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to get them done this fiscal year, but we actually got the design completed, got quotes, and they'll be starting next week. So I think that those two are going to be completed before the end of the fiscal year. On the personnel side for highway users, we're asking for a crew leader position, and we're looking at a promotion for that one. And then four maintenance tech positions, 2 full-time and 2 part-timers. 2 of them, the maintenance technicians will be for the improvement districts, focusing on the maintenance of the subdivisions that have improvement districts, so we can keep up with the maintenance. Really what's giving us the hardest time is really those subdivisions in each part of town, just because of low sand. I mean, it's really unpredictable.
For clarification, Mr. Vera, I realize there's a crew there. It has been a crew there constantly working to remove that sand. And for clarification, we cannot put our 14 highway users just specifically in one area. I know I've been asking for those people who are working in that crew, for example, to send pictures. It's very important that we show pictures of what has happened, what they've done before, because it's easy for someone to say they're never there. And I know for a fact staff is there. So thank you. Please thank them.
We'll do, Mayor. We'll make sure we do more on the letting people know as far as our operations out there.
Good, thank you.
But that's really the intent of the full-time improvement district personnel, and then the part-timers is to assist and fill in wherever they can. And then we have one new maintenance specialist, mainly to also look over the additional staff. Our structure, or actually we started a couple years ago, adding slowly the lead. But really, we have different areas that having the lead position helps a lot, because they are there on site with the crews and make sure that the efficiency stays higher than when no supervisory staff is around. I'll turn it over to Mr. Perez. That way he can present solid waste. Are there any questions on administration or highway users?
I have no questions. You're very clear. Thank you.
I just have a question. So the project manager position, is that funded then, included or?
As it is, it's included in the budget. It hasn't been cut yet. And hope it's not.
Okay.
Councilmember,
Thank you,
the plan
thank you.
is to thank you for those fine words. It's not gonna be cut. No.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. That there's something like that. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for that reassurance.
So good morning, Mayor. I believe Vice Mayor is on the phone, members of council, administration staff here present. Jorge Perez, your assistant Public Works Director. So like Mr. Reda said, I'll be taking over. I'll be presenting 3 of the divisions of the Public Works Department, starting with solid waste. And please, if at any point you have any questions, just jump in or stop me, and I'll be glad to answer them. We're putting an emphasis here on the presentations for Public Works on projects and personnel. So starting with the solid waste division, we're actually requesting a new solid waste truck for the division. As you may see on the slide, we had one requested and funded for the current fiscal year, but due to the issues with supply chain, truck was not to be delivered this year. I'm glad to mention it to you that our fleet services division and our solid waste division work together along with administration and we pretty much find a solution and found a truck which I believe it'll be delivered within the current fiscal year. It'll be presented before you on the following council.
Is that the new truck or is that the used truck?
It'll be a new truck.
The new truck. Okay, good.
So along with that, so we removed that request from the next fiscal year, but we're still asking for an additional truck. Based on the growth of the city, it's experiencing, and in terms of residential houses, or services are increasing as well, and our routes have to grow. That's why the need of a new truck on the following fiscal year as well, aside from the one we're gonna be receiving this year. The next request, it's a rear loader solid waste truck, which is intended, and we're looking for a used truck because it's one that's mainly intended to help us with the cleanup campaign that we conduct every year. That's why we're looking for options, and a used truck will be beneficial for us.
How many trucks are we asking for that one? Is that for the solid waste truck?
This is a solid waste truck. We currently have 5 that are ongoing every day on routes.
How old are they?
More than 10 years old.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
More than 10 years old. Actually, last week we had 2 at the fleet shop with the mechanic with issues. One of them has been there for more than 2 weeks. The other one, I'm happy to say that it's up and running again and working. But we still have to be finding solutions to the daily operations to keep up with the service that the residents.
Very
deserve.
important. Thank you.
So is part of the shortfall in the solid waste because of the purchase of these trucks?
Yes, sir. That's the projects or CIP that we're requesting for solid waste. I'm gonna jump into personnel. If you don't have any questions or additional questions on the trucks. Pretty much we currently have 4 drivers, 1 vacant position. Like I said, we have now 5 routes and we need to increase into another route here soon with the new development. We're asking for a crew leader supervisor for this division to pretty much help us assist with the different tasks of coordinating routes, cleanup campaign along the city and provide leadership to those 4 drivers when the supervisor may be busy with other tasks. We're also asking for another driver, another heavy equipment operator, which if hopefully we get that truck approved, that'll be the driver required for that additional route that we need to establish. And then at the end, we included 8 part-time maintenance technicians. The intention for these staff will be to assist during the cleanup campaign. So it's a 2-month period that they'll be assisting the city with those operations. If you don't have any more questions on solid waste, I'll jump to the next.
I have a quick question about the recycling program. So is that still going on or?
So that recycling program, it was pretty much intended as a pilot program that we started in 2 subdivisions of the city of San Luis. Because of tipping fees and the expenses that were incurred with the recycling program, we didn't have a way to send our recycling material. So it was pretty much put on hold. It's still on hold. And that's pretty much one of the reasons that we're also asking for that crew leader supervisor to assist in the planning and development of a full established program as well.
If I may, we have provided some information to Public Works, and so they'll be looking at some different programs that are coming in through recycling.
All right, so I'll go into Fleet Services Division. So you're pretty much one big project here, large project for the city and for the department, which is actually have been awarded to a contractor and is being worked on at the time during the ongoing fiscal year. And we're asking for an additional funding requirement to complete the project, which is the fleet services shop, the new fleet services shop for the city of San Luis. This is pretty much a carryover funding requirement.
So let's see here, new fleet service shop, carryover funding requirement, 2.2 million.
Yes, sir.
So that should finish the shop finally.
That should complete the shop.
Before inflation continues to cost us more money, $1 million after.
Okay. So noted. 5 minutes, okay.
Alright, and then in terms of personnel as well, city's growing, our fleet of vehicles is growing. And we're requesting a new mechanic, for the fleet services division, which will go along with the new fleet shop and the needs of the city in terms of keeping up with their truck.
And thank you for adding the excess of 346 vehicles. Thank you. So because people don't realize the number of vehicles we have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And any questions, concern? Good to go.
Right. Water division, and I'll jump the projects to personnel first. And I just want to say that we're not asking for new personnel in the water division at this time. Although we do have some vacancies that we have been open for some time, and we're working hard to make them a reality and bring people on board to help us with the maintenance and operations of the department. In terms of CIPs, we have 4. Pretty much these 4 are required and can no longer wait. Some of them have been part of the current fiscal year, and because of timing constraints and the lack of option to suspend services on some of our wells, because others being down at the time, summer constraints, high water usage consumption at that time as well. We were not able to complete the water storage tanks, but here are they again before you. Last year we had tank of well site 5 and 6, and now we're adding well site 7, which also needs to be rehabilitated. So that's pretty much the 1.2 million on water storage tanks. For well site 7 capacity improvements, we're adding $800,000. And this is pretty much to assist with the growth as well of the city. The well site 7, it's the one the city of San Luis has on East San Luis. And pretty much what we're asking here, it's for electrical improvements, booster pumps and line connections to increase the water availability for residential consumption, and in the event of needed industrial to be available as well. And then probably on the following years, we're going to be asking for additional fund for that same well site, but to establish an actual new well. On well site 5, the next item on your list, this is the well site that we have at the Public Works Yard. It's pretty much right now a storage tank and distribution facility. Doesn't have a well, so we're asking $900,000 to add a new well and a new filtration system that would also increase our water production capacity.
Would that be the one that would take over, because we're abandoning the one right here on 4th and Cesar Chavez, right?
That is correct. So once we're in place with the well site 5 here at the Public Works Yard, the city is looking to abandon well site 1 and 2, which are 2 of the smallest well sites that the city has, and the very first one.
And how long does it take to abandon one? Is there anything special? Is that time consuming to abandon one of those sites? The reason I ask that because I'm wishful that we're going to get a call or email that we're going to get $33 million for Cesar Chavez and the next month or so. So I don't want that to be a delay.
Just on the abandoning, well, it doesn't take that much. It's just a process. So it's a application submitted to ADWR that's going to be no longer in service. And they require that a certified contractor comes in and caps the actual well. They put a cap, they bend a clay cap on it and ready for this. I think maybe 2-3 months.
Okay.
And then just to close up with the water division, the last item that we have in the slide, it's the entrance gate for the public works yard. Needs improvement for safety purposes and as well to prevent people from the public or any other people from entering when not allowed. I thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, unfortunately, I still have wastewater division at the end, and it's very critical though, but just because that's where
It's 5 minutes
lot
per
of-
division, so he's on time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, so for the wastewater, that's one of the major expenses that we've been talking about, I think in meetings and even Monica mentioned in her presentation. We're expanding our wastewater treatment plant. We have 600,000 for next fiscal year. For the actual design. And that's one of the projects we're gonna be starting it early next year and finishing the following fiscal year. It takes about a year to design the full expansion. The next one on there is East Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion, not expansion, improvements, safety, as much perimeter fencing and a gate. And then on that one, we also have a list for rehab, some of the wet wells of some of the existing lift stations. That's $110,000, and we're asking for one wastewater operator mainly to sustain the operations of the city's growth. With that said, I mean, really, the next slide is a conclusion slide. We're just trying to keep up with growth, trying to sustain what we have. We know that infrastructure is right behind staff as far as the biggest asset for the city. And we want to make sure we invest in whatever is built right for the sustainability of the city long term. Not sure if there are any questions.
A quick comment that the main theme, it appears, is to plan for 10, 20 years. Okay, that's, Monica said it, Mr. Vera, you said it, and I'm pretty sure we're all going to say that. That's going to be our main theme. We're going to think 10, 20 years from now. And so we should be. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Sorry for going over. It's just too many projects.
I'll just point you out next time. He was the one.
Dile, not my fault we started late, Dile. Because minutes of late.
Okay, we are at Fire Department. Chief?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Chair, members of council. Most of our items that we put for our next budget was for our fire station number 2. And like you said, everything revolves around growth. The last slide that I'm gonna have is very important. And that's where I'm gonna take a little bit more of the time. But I just wanted to give you an update on fire station number 2. We have our bid opening May 19th, which is this coming Thursday. And then on May 25th, we're presenting it to council to provide the award. And then moving forward, we're gonna have our fire station.
So
number 2
May
being built.
25th?
Yes, which is the last Wednesday of this month.
For clarification, how long have you been working on this?
Probably about 2 years.
Okay, not 2 months ago, but 2 years.
No, yeah, we've been
For the
working on
record,
this.
for the record, 2 years. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And one of the things with that, when I became the fire chief, I stood before you guys here, and my main priority was to build a fire station out on the east side. And finally seems that we are gonna get it. And I could tell you 18 years ago when I started, I was reluctant to say that we were gonna be a single fire station department here in San Luis, probably until I retired. But it's happening and it's gonna happen. And that's all the hard work from mayor, council, and everybody.
Staff, yeah.
Staff. Fire department, this is what we consist of. The fire administration, we have a fire chief, an assistant fire chief, an inspector, one admin coordinator, one office support specialist. If you see with the asterisk, the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, and the admin coordinator gets paid 50% from the general fund and 50% from our ambulance enterprise. In our suppression, we have 42 personnel, 14 on a crew. We have 6 captains, 2 each day, A, B, and C. We have 6 engineers, which are the driver operators, and we have 30 firefighters. We also have 7 part-time firefighters. The key one is the 77% ALS personnel. Before we were about at 80 to 85%. We've lost about 3 paramedics in the last year and a half. And that concerns me because we need our ALS staff. We need them here.
Is it because they left for better paying jobs?
No, 2 of them left during the COVID. We were very busy with the COVID patients, and they said, we're just gonna go to another department that doesn't transfer. Okay. And 1 left because he said he always wanted to work for Yuma. Okay, that's fine. But the guys that we have here, and this is the last slide I'm gonna show you. That's why I wanna talk about that last slide. Because we have great personnel here. We have a fire engine and a ladder truck that respond to any of the calls within the city. Our backup truck, we have our engine 2, which is our backup truck to engine 1 or ladder 1 in case they break down or they got to get an oil change or anything to that nature. We have our rescue truck, which is the Dodge Power Wagon. That responds to the port of entry or the east side out on the prison and the federal prison. One of the things I want you to see is we had a gain of 20 calls from last year's total. But if you remember, we didn't do any community paramedicine, so that's kind of skewed because we used to do about 300 community paramedicines. And then a lot of our calls were COVID calls that we had. So we had an increase of only 20 calls, but usually we probably had an increase of about maybe 300 calls for service. What we're asking for is the addition of 3 battalion chiefs, 6 EMTs or paramedics, and reclassifying our office support specialist from office support to an admin coordinator. Our battalion chiefs, once Fire Station 2 gets built, we need the battalion chiefs to take over as incident command. But the biggest thing is if the next slide, which is the 6 firefighters, gets approved, the captains, which are the supervisors, are going to be over their span of control. Could we add another captain to the crew? Sure. But after talking to finance and Chief Lopez and myself, it's better to have battalion chiefs because it kind of, you have a supervisor, and then you have somebody that would be supervising the whole Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, and it'll meet the span of control. Span of control is any captain can only supervise no more than 7 employees. So we add another 2 employees, which would put it at 16 per day, and that would be over our span of control. But also one of the biggest things is having an incident command on a 24-hour basis, that somebody that would take over at any time. Incidents, fire calls, car accidents, and so forth.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes.
So will you add 3 additional staff members or 3 of your captains just be promoted?
Well, we would be adding 3 more positions. So what we're going to want to do is probably the captains would be promoted. 3 captains would be promoted to battalion chief. The 6 EMTs and paramedics, what we would do and why we want to implement this is because we want to also, when we open up Fire Station 2, we want to have an ambulance on the east side. We have 3 ambulances here at the Station 1. We could put 1 out there, but that means we would only be having 2 ambulances here at Fire Station 1. We want to keep the same dynamics of having 3 ambulances here and 1 out on the east side. So that's why we need 6 additional employees, preferably paramedics, But like I said, with the growth and what we've been talking is, when we were at 80% paramedics, we had, for a single response station, that's a lot. But with 2 fire stations now, you kind of have to spread them out. Right now, we have enough personnel where we can have 1 person off, 1 paramedic off, and we'd still be fine. But if they continue to actually, we have a paramedic class right now being given here, but they won't graduate until March, which is good, because that's the time probably when we see Fire Station 2 being completed. But that's what we need to have, 6 EMTs or 6 paramedics. 3 will go onto the general fund and 3 will go into the ambulance enterprise. The last thing we're asking is making our office support specialist an admin coordinator. Again, and now it all revolves with growth. Having 2 fire stations, each one will take care of, one will take a fire station 1, the other one will take on fire station 2. Right now, both of them are doing the same exact duties. So I think that's just the right thing to do, is to have the office support specialist just become an admin coordinator, and have 2 admin coordinators. Like we said, we have 55 staff members on the fire service. So that's just, I think, making the office support specialist an admin coordinator and doing the job that they're currently doing would be good for us. I knew I was going to be fast, but this is the slide I want to kind of spend some time with a little bit. Every single year I put this is my last slide, where it states, our goal for fiscal year 23 is to train and recruit the best firefighters around. We will be committed to bringing and sending our personnel to trainings to better serve our community and to protect our firefighters from any diseases, exposures or fireground incidents. And the reason I want to focus is because I don't know if you guys understand that the level of the personnel that we have. The instructor for the fire academy at AWC is one of our employees. He's the director of the fire academy. He works for us. Mayor, you've used the services of one of our firefighters to take your PALS, to take your ACLS.
Of course.
He teaches all the doctors, nurses, whatever you can think of. He works for us, for the city of San Luis.
I'm very
He
happy
does not work, what's that?
I'm very happy he does.
Yeah, he works for, they work here. And we have instructors now here. We have about 8 to 10 instructors that are fire instructors that can teach anywhere. And we just took a class and we got about halfway through. We didn't know that there was a couple of kids going to Yuma to be part of the Skills USA. And we're like, they're from San Luis. No, we sent them our way. So we taught them, we took them to state. We didn't know what to expect. They finished in the top 10 out of 40 teams. They were here from Yuma, and I believe those kids are now enrolled in the EMT class that will start in August. And that's the type of people we want to keep here. And the other thing that I want to say is that there's no other municipality that can say that they have 3 registered nurses on staff. They don't work as nurses with us. They're not CNAs, they're not MAs, they're registered nurses. They work here. There's no other municipality that can say that. But that all comes down to the support council has given us, the fire department. That's a staff that's here working for San Luis, that's providing the best services, the best care to our residents. They're the ones teaching other municipalities, other fire departments. They're the ones teaching other doctors. They're the ones teaching the high school kids that hopefully they can come and work for us. And they're all here in San Luis. And retention, when we talk about retention, we want to keep them here. They've been here, they stayed here, and they will stay. And San Luis is growing. San Luis is growing. This summer, we have our audit with ADDHS. we're meeting our response times. I don't know what they say, or if somebody's saying, oh, we're not meeting our response times. So we are meeting our response time. But eventually with time and the growth, especially going east and east, maybe we won't. But as of now, as of today, we are meeting our response time.
Chief, we're gonna have a
Yes.
fire station over there.
And
So-
that's
So
exactly.
no, yes, we are gonna meet them. So no worries
course.
about that.
Of
okay?
course, and that's why
Yeah.
having that fire station over there is also going to bring us into becoming a class 2 fire department, which insurances are going to decrease.
And people are gonna save money. Yeah.
Yes. And with that being said, I know it's going to be fast. You guys have any questions? I can answer any.
When is the fire truck coming in?
March of 2023.
Okay.
Comment and question, how many students or what do you call it, interns that you have from the high school program?
5.
Five. I got good reviews and a couple of the students, my daughter, and they love the program. And I agree with you, that's where we need to be at, focusing with the high school students, maybe starting at junior high level. So preparing for our future and
Yes.
kids, they enjoy the program and they stay. That's what we want. We want our kids to stay and be local. So I applaud you for the department for hosting that, getting involved with that. How did it go in state?
I think they took 7.
Okay, I remember they were.
But they were in the top 10,
Yeah.
but we didn't know what we
For the
got
first
ourselves
time being
into.
out there, I mean,
First-
when they told me that, so that is great, and I applaud, and let's keep that up. Whatever you need from council, we're here to support.
Is it the CTE program with
Yes.
Kim Elge?
Yes, yes. And now what we're doing, we go every either Tuesday and Thursday and we teach the class because like she says, they're tired of hearing me but now we're sending our crews out there to teach the class and then they come off
Weekends-
time and we
weekends and
train
all
with
that.
them.
Yeah, they like that coming into the firehouse. and being
Yes.
Part of that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Good job. Please, thank your staff and let's continue the work and yes, paramedics, yes, the emphasis should be more than 80%. Let us help you. Let us help you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good job.
Since, let's see here, what time is it? Okay, it works. Okay, since we early, I'm gonna ask the chief of police, proceed with your presentation, please. Unless there's any objections.
I'll make it 15 minutes and we'll go from there. You're like, are you kidding me? Jessup, make it 15 minutes to do that. No, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to do this. I too want to echo what you said earlier about this year's process for the budget was very seamless. And Monica and her staff, Louis, and the rest of the department heads, I think that this was very welcome. It was very seamless, very not time consuming, but we did what we needed to do to get what you needed to have to. And thank you on your end as well for taking the time to go the extra mile to do that as well. So I want to kind of just update you a little bit as to what was going on. I know that there were some questions as to how much we were actually doing within our community. So what I did was I went back to the calendar and I decided to put down everything that we had going on from 2016 on. And as you can see, 2016 and 17 were at 2131. And in 2018, when I came actually in June of 2017, we were at 31, we were at 50, and then 68 and climbing. Obviously, because of COVID, you can see we still got to 43 and 45 as far as community is concerned. And this year, we're already hitting 25 and counting, and we're not even halfway through the year. So the goal is going to be somewhere between 50 and 60 to where we are actively involved with the community and doing things, schools, campesinos, explorers, and all of the other programs that we do. We have a dedicated officer to that now as well. Some of the community events I attended with some of you as well, and we continue to do that, representing San Luis PD. And as you'll see, not in one of those pictures, actually, you can see it up at the top, the school reading and other things that we are very involved with as far as the school district is concerned. I've been asked to do their active shooter programs in the schools again, just to re-up them. It's one of the major things that's been going on simply because of what's been happening across this country as well. Some of the highlights, as you already know, I hold the position of president of the Arizona Chiefs Association. This year, we started off with 900 bills within the Senate and the House. And we whittled them all the way down, and we pretty much are done to where we think that we've got them where they needed to go. And also, as you know, too, I serve on 2 of the governor commissions now from his appointment. So I want you to know that we now have a voice at the state, which is one of the things that we have not had, but now we get the opportunity to go ahead and do that. So we've been very blessed. Let me go to some of what's going on so that you can see a picture of where we've been, but also where we're going. And I think, Mayor, as we start looking 10 to 20 years down the road, hopefully this will begin to make sense with what we're asking for as far as that's concerned. You'll see that back in 2014, we had calls for service as far as that's concerned, somewhere in the neighborhoods of 23,000 that were actual, a police officer responded to, took a case or did something with it, went inside of the system. You'll notice that now in 2020 and 2021, we have had increases both years of over 10,000. And so the more and more and more that we get calls for service within the community, the more that we have to have officers that are able to respond to these types of situations as well. So you can begin to see that those are, that's a pretty significant increase from 2019 to 2021 as the caseload of these officers goes up. Some of those cases obviously go to detectives, and we'll talk about that when we get to those as well. When we talk about total calls for service, in other words, what's coming in to San Luis as far as calls are concerned, take a look at 2019, 20, and 21 and look at the difference. That's how fast our community is growing. We went from 30,000 calls for service in 2019 to 96,000. We almost hit 100,000 this past year. If I'm a betting guy, I think that 2022 will put us over that 100,000 mark. That is a huge, huge increase that it comes. Part of that's reflected because of the way in which the structure of reporting now comes as far as the state's concerned. So there are some calls that may have been lumped into the same category. Now those have been dispersed out as far as what we have to report to the Department of Justice in Washington and what we have to report to the state as far as DPS is concerned. So they're tracking numbers a little bit different than what they were. Nonetheless, our call volume has gone up that much. I want to kind of put you in a perspective as to where we really need to go within the next 10 to 20 years. We have 41 positions. We only have 2 openings right now. Those 2 openings have been there purposely. I left them there simply because our overtime budget has been the same over the last probably 4 years, I would say, pretty close to that. And so we've exceeded that every single year. And so in order to offset that cost, what we've elected to do is not fill those two positions. And we're holding them on, which takes us to there. Nonetheless, we still have 41 sworn officers and our total sworn can be 43. Again, you take the average daily crossing of 12 to 18,000, depending on the year. And I bring you up to this one because I want to remind you of where we need to go over the next 10 to 20 years. The Department of Justice and FBI officer to population ratio, they say that you should have between 1.7 officers and 2.3 officers per 1,000. You'll notice that 1.7 per 39,390. Thank you, Jenny, for that population. If we go at the low end of the spectrum at 1.7, we should be at 66 officers. So you can see that even with the 43, we are almost 22 behind what the national average from DOJ and FBI recommends to us. And we'll get to that in a minute as well. You can see that I left the national average 16.8 per every 10,000 or 1 to 595. Right now, we are basically about 1 to 943, which is pretty close to what we do. One of the things I think that you would be very interested in is what we've done over the past 5 years. And I put this together because the only thing I could do is say, okay, in June, I am going on my 6th year to be your chief of police. I'm very proud and thank you very much for your support. And so we went back when we took over in 2017, and that's what our grants were at that particular point. We had 363,575, not exact number, but awfully close when Michelle went back to look at those things. This year, we are projected to have $955,000 in grant money. I believe that if our Stone Garden goes through, which I believe it will, and our Office of Highway Safety Council here in the state, if we get what we're anticipating, we will be over the $1 million mark for the 2022-23 year. That is significant. Those are things that put people on the road. They help with the overtime budget as well. And our officers are able to make a little bit more because of the overtime budgets that we've got. So I wanted to throw that in there to let you know. You notice that some of those pictures are some of the things that are happening, obviously, within the criminal element of that. That was one of our seizures when it came to illegal marijuana. And one of our units, as far as motors is concerned, is don't drink and drive. I thought that was rather unique to see that. I updated kind of I'm still working on updating our 5-year master plan, but I wanted to show you some of the things that we're still looking at that was part of that. You asked the question, how long have we've been looking at station number 2, and it's been for the 2-year period of time too. And we're really looking. There was a few things that we had to push back a little bit simply because we've got to work with IT and Derek on what we're going to do as far as putting communication towers and those types of things out there as well. But I'll get to that in a minute too. So our real goals to begin with is really to complete phase 1, which I'm going to show you in just a second, be fully staffed by the fiscal year. As I said, we're only 2 down right now. Integrate the SLPD matrix for the flow chart. I know that Chief Ramirez talked about span and control, and that would also be one of the things that the police department would do as well. And then additional personnel to meet all of the changing needs and requirements, especially when it comes to Avenue F, Avenue E, and all of the expansion that's going up there. This is a conceptual drawing right now of what phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 would look like. We would be working on phase number 1, which basically would open the substation as far as that's concerned, to get personnel that are out there that can respond to the calls that are there. One of the things that we've started to do, and I think it was Councilman Cabrera that brought it up, was the traffic enforcement and the other things about having an officer present out there. We've done what we call 7-Elevens. And 7-Elevens is when anytime an officer goes out to the Avenue F residential area just to patrol traffic, answer calls, and those types of things as well. So we're trying to get to that particular point by putting personnel. And that's the conceptual design of what it would look like. And one of the things that we thought was very important for the Fleet East station was to aesthetically look like what the residential structures are going to look like as well. And so we kind of put that, I put that one in there. And that's kind of the front of the building. Phase 2, phase 3 would be to the backside of that. You'll notice that there is a fenced parking lot out there, which brings me up to when this is going to start. And we're hoping that this is within the next couple of weeks that we've got the brick wall and the sliders coming into the current facility here that we're at. But that kind of gives you an idea aesthetically as to what that would look like as well as far as the east is concerned. Here's what we started with. I'm throwing these numbers out there because once we got to it, these are what we requested. The proposed is going to be a little bit different than what you see here. I threw in 8 officers just as a request simply because to bring us up, the numbers up a little bit more. That allows us to have 2 additional people that are on our patrol units. And due to the growth of the city so quickly and the span of control, this would also affect. You'll notice that in, I think your paperwork as to what the actual request was going to be is we would be requesting 2 more. When we were presented, when Monica and staff met with us, now we talked about what's the best case scenario. I said 8. When we came back and we believed that the raises or the 4% to 5% that we give back as far as this year was concerned, that's when I came back and made the adjustments to my numbers. So I'm asking for 2 other additional officers because I'm still 2 down. That gives me 4. That puts 4 more people on patrol as far as that's concerned too. So the amended one was 2. If you elect to do something a little bit different from that, then I'm never going to be sorry about that. We've asked for 2 administrative coordinators. And again, we asked for those simply because of the growth. We have to now have the body cameras that are coming into play as well. We have to have people that are going to be able to do that. Right now, there is at least 2 people that is needed for a department of 40. You need 1 person to look at redaction per every 20. That's how long it really takes. But we additionally asked for 2, 1 that would go into CID and support services, 1 that would go and help in patrol. We've amended that again because of the 4%. And we feel that that is vital to giving back to our officers and our staff. So we're asking for one that we can increase as far as that's concerned too. We additionally asked for 2 records clerk. And again, one of the things that Chief Ramirez mentioned was not only do we need one here, but we would need one for at the new Station 2. And so our goal was to have those 2 people on staff this year, that when that was completed by 2023 or December of 2023, that these people would already be trained and they could go out there. Because we've pushed that back a little bit, this was not critical as far as that's concerned. So again, we pulled that off as the initial request, and we're not asking for those as well. These are the 2 things that I think are important that does not cost us a lot as far as our budget's concerned. 2 more detective stipend positions that we can move 2 more people into, because the caseloads right now, we have 3 detectives. Our caseloads are such to where we really need 2 more. The additional stipends, the other 2 was for the motors unit. We have 1 motors unit right now. We would move 2 more into the motors unit, giving us a full squad. As you know, traffic lately, especially with the schools coming back into session after COVID-19, has been really difficult. And we've had personnel that we've tried to get out there. Our detectives actually went out and actually did traffic control as well. So we utilized everybody. What this will do, that will help us as far as that traffic control is concerned. And as the city begins to grow, lights and those types of things begin to get put in, that alleviates some things as well. And we were down to 1 TEO and no animal controls. We just hired another TEO that can that's going to be trained. This is a great time for it, simply because of the schools won't be in session, and we can get that person trained. We have 1 more to go. We're still looking for our 2 animal control officers that we can do as well to help. And they obviously help with traffic control as well. But that's really what it was. Under some of the general budget items that we've actually asked for, obviously, because of the rising costs and everything that's going on in our society today, uniforms, we anticipate it going up a little bit. So we've asked for an additional $4,000 there. As most of you know, we ordered January or July of last year, we ordered our ammunition. We just got it 2 months ago. And so we're asking for additional funds there, simply because it is very difficult for even law enforcement to get the ammo that we need, specifically because of the litigation that's going on in the United States today on law enforcement shootings. It's critical to have what is there, what's right, and what we go from there. So we ask for that as well. Vehicle supplies, again, those things are going up. And I think that, as you all saw in the increases in what we're looking for as far as what Monica's been able to provide you, there are some additional costs that will be going there as well. No need to really talk about this one. Everybody knows where this one's going across the state and across every single department that we have. So we looked at that. Software support. This was an increase from our Brazos software that we write our citations with, which makes it very easy for our guys to actually get back on the road. This is actually a platform that we do right from our cell phones. We can scan everything in, so our officers don't have to write all their tickets out. They scan it, it automatically populates it, puts our guys back on the road as far as that's concerned too. Travel per diem, conference registrations. One of the things that if we ever have to go to litigation, the first thing that they ask the officer is, what's your training? So we've asked for a little bit more, simply because those things are going up as far as costs are compared. You'll see, I threw this in there, so I wanted you to see some of the CIP projects that you have funded in the past, but I also want you to see what we did with those funds as well. You notice in the far upper left-hand corner, that was the 4th addition to the dispatch center, which now we have 4 operable ways in which dispatch consoles that they can use, which is going to service us very greatly for the next 10 to 20 years, and we'll add that additionally as well. You'll notice on the bottom left-hand corner, that is now the new evidence garage as far as vehicles are concerned. You may remember when there was a fatal accident right on the curb on 10th Avenue, and so that vehicle was actually stored in there as well until the court allowed us to go ahead and release that The purchasing of equipment down below that one, we've got more riot gear now for our officers that can actually go that way again. And the other two pictures, obviously, you have very graciously funded our vehicles, which we're asking for again this year to do that. With that in mind, we've asked for 8 more Fords. We again ordered our 6 from last year. They haven't even hit the assembly line yet, simply because chips right now are very difficult to get. And so we're asking for 8 more. One of the things that when I sat down with Monica and her staff is she even brought up, she said, Rich, we know your vehicles are old. We need to find a way that we can now begin to replace those 2. And I thank Monica and her staff for helping us out as far as getting that on track. Because we have, as you can see, 22 vehicles that are over 10 years old and 100,000 miles. I've got 4 that I think that are in city shop right now being worked on. So thanks to Monica and her staff for helping us out with that, coming up with a plan to do that as well. Obviously, we're looking at some of the physical costs as far as rolling over into station number 2, 700,000, and the communications tower, which we're working with Derek and IT on just to get that up and running as far as that's concerned too. So
Are we done?
Where's the timer at? Is that 10 minutes? Damn.
No, that's good. Any questions, concerns?
Well, yeah, just some quick
Yes,
question.
sir.
Chief, what about the auction of the used patrol cars?
the used patrol cars?
Are you planning
Yes.
auction this year?
Yeah, we're gonna keep, so out of it, as we replace them, what we do is we do an evaluation on the older cars just to see if they're still gonna be serviceable or not. Some of them, they're just not gonna get that. It's like you see the 2 Dodges, the 2 black Dodges. We've had those in the shop over the last 5 years for just front ends. I think 4 or 5 times. They're just not built for what we do, which was why several years ago, we transitioned over to the Ford F-150. They're much more conducive. We have desert area. Everybody can get to it where those Dodges can't. So what we would probably do at that particular point is take it out of the fleet as far as patrol is concerned, but we would use them as unmarked vehicles to where detectives could use them. And so we're trying to be a little bit more, the goal is to add more patrol vehicles, take those out, the ones that are good, make them unmarked and give those to detectives or undercover type operations so that we can still use them. Yeah, thank you. Great question. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Questions, concerns?
No, it's just a comment where you said at the beginning, national shows we should have 66 officers and we're 22 short. That's about right. But I can remember 8, 9 years ago that spread was a lot larger. So we're actually catching up little by little every year. So that goes to show where we've been working hard and hopefully we'll.
It has, and thank you. One of the things that I know you've done is every year looked at what we can do. And again, I think as you all know, we don't have property taxes to support public safety, which a lot of cities do have. But you've made a very conscious effort that know that this is priority to at least every year continue to grow that number to where our actual one, instead of 1 in 1,100 is coming down to 1 in a little over 900. So that is a tremendous improvement. And I think that the goal is to continue to go that direction to do that. We cannot bite off 22 different positions right now, but we certainly can bite off a couple every single year. So, and one of the things that in the master plan that I had presented to you in 2019 is to update that master plan, not only until 2024 and what that looks like, but to take that to 10 to 20 years beyond. Am I going to be here 10 to 20 years from now? I don't know. I'll be 90 something at that particular point, but at least we have a clear direction of where we think that we're going to go and where you want to go as a council as well. And we thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Time to take a break, 15 minutes. next department. We did police department already, so we're gonna go with planning and zoning department. Jose Guzman, Director of Planning and Zoning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. That's not. That's not the presentation. I save it on the desktop. On the desktop. I just added some more picture for the presentation. So this is the plan and zoning team. We're currently 9 members and we have 3 vacant positions. Before I start the presentation, I just want to say thank you to City Council. Last year we requested a code enforcement position and budget for a bike lane retrofit program. Also, thank you to Public Works, my local Heriberto, and the Streets Division to make it possible. We have now bike lanes on 6th Avenue and Avenue F. And we have the new code enforcement officer. Our goal continue to be to maximize efficiency and being proactive while increasing productivity and reducing red tape complaints and continue being the business and development friendly, at the same time protecting the interests of the city and its residents. This fiscal year, we issue 496 permits, including 130 new residential homes, process over $52 million worth of new construction, and collected more than $1.7 million in fees, and performed more than 4,800 inspections. We have seen a lot of growth in commercial permits. We currently have 26 active commercial projects. In comparison with other years, we usually had 3 or 5 at the most. The building safety team works on community outreach to promote the importance of construction safety and education. We participated in the safety event and will be hosting an event to commemorate Building Safety Month by the end of this month. We also continue, we're in the process of implementing a paperless plan review system to improve efficiency in the department. Our 2 code enforcement officers work on enforcing building and property maintenance code on private property, while the new position of co-compliance specialist under Public Works enforce all public right-of-way issues. We will continue to work together to create synergy with the same goal of improving the city image. In addition to everyday cases, we continue with the abatement program. These pictures are an example of a house that burned down 22 years ago. It's located in El Desierto Drive. We're currently on the process of demolishing the house, so you can see the before and after. This is another example of the abatement program. It was a house that was abandoned during construction, and they submitted architect plans and they continue with the construction and finish the house. This year, we hosted the GIS Day event. We had 30 students from Ed Pastor come in and learn about GIS. Special thanks to our GIS analyst, Isaac Gutierrez, for creating the augmented reality sandbox that withdraws typographic image as you play with the sand. All this was created in-house. We're also working with the Yuma County to update the aerial image that was last taken in 2017. Since then, a lot of development has happened and we have to update it. We're trying to do this before the end of this fiscal year. This year, 3 general plan amendments were approved that create additional land for residential development. And this map shows the preliminary design that we have received for this area. Based on the conceptual plans and the density, we estimate that it will include more than 2,800 additional single-family lots and 1,300 multifamily residential units. This means more than 4,000 new housing units that will count towards the census 2030. Other accomplishments, we participated in the internship program that provided an ASU student with the unique experience on the development process. In addition, we hosted the food vendor workshop. These events provide information to the residents interested in starting their own business. It was very well attended, and thanks to the utilities and economic development divisions and parks department for making this possible. We receive a lot of positive comments from the residents for this type of event in their neighborhood. The city hall was built in 2007, and we have outgrown the current building. So we hired a architecture firm to do a office space study. Based on the study, we need almost 10,000 additional square footage. We will continue with this project in phases for the next 20 years. I'm glad that several departments mentioned how important planning is. And as the mayor mentioned, we will continue to hear throughout the presentations. And urban planning covers many subsections such as strategic infrastructure, transportation, redevelopment, economic development, master plan, environmental and land use planning. This last one being the core planning, since it is where policies are created for the implementation of every division of planning. Smart and proactive planning drives our growth and economic development with the right tools and support from mayor and council and other departments. With that being said, we will be working on a specific plan for the main commercial corridors and land compatibility around the airport. In the next couple of years, we will be requesting additional staff to create divisions within our department for short-term and long-term planning. This is also why City Hall expansion is important, because we need to make sure that having the appropriate facilities to house all the needed staff. So we remain a one-stop shop, therefore keeping good and convenient customer service for residents. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
That was quick, fast. Thank you. Very, very informative. The fact that you compared the number of projects that we were working maybe 2 years ago to now, it just tells you the volume of work that has been done through the city of San Luis. So I commend you. I commend your staff, because working on 26 projects or 24 projects is big. And I know everyone wants their project first. Everyone wants to complete the project, but it's difficult, I know. But it's best to do it right, correctly, and safely. So thank you. Thank you. Anyone else in council? No. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what you guys, everyone's doing. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tocayo.
How did we save any minutes on that one? No, that was good. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go with economic development. Jenny Torres, Economic Development Manager.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and the public. Jenny Torres, Economic Development Manager. Now, my presentations focus on time and money. Throughout my professional life, I have found that time is money. And so really understanding that both at the council level and at the city level is very important. Now, planning has been really a key especially during COVID. We had a lot of tragedies, but also a lot of opportunities that opened up. Planning was essential in getting federal and state land. Planning was essential in getting federal funding. The government will not give you land, will not give you money if you don't have a plan. They want to know what you're going to do, how you're going to fund it, and how long it's going to take. So what we have learned through this area is that planning is really essential. And I think through COVID, that's what part of my department, along with the other departments, have done. Now, one of the projects that I'm working on is the downtown redevelopment plan master plan. We started that 2 years ago. This has been part of 2 fiscal years, 123,000. We're almost at the end, but what we're really trying is to coordinate this master plan with the circulation study that we're conducting. I'll talk a little bit about that next, and then the mobility study in Mexico. What we want is to make sure that all plans are being coordinated so that what we plan is the right planning. Now, we will have an open house on June 21st at 2 and 5 p.m. We'll get more information out to the public, and we really encourage the public to attend because this is the master planning. How do we want our downtown to look? My other project is the circulation study, parking study, and origin and destination study. Now, this was started because of the modernization of the port. The circulation study is really going to focus on the impact the port is going to have on our downtown. Do we have the right infrastructure to be able to have that amount of traffic that's going to come in from the port? From 8 lanes to 16 lanes, we really have to be able to accommodate that. The parking study is also part of this. We know we have a parking study situation or a problem, I would say, that we really need to focus and find solutions. How do we address that? And I think, this parking study is going to be able to give us some solutions. The origin and destination is a study that was asked by YMPO, the Yuma Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's understanding of the traffic in multimodal transportation patterns attributed to the port. So why are the people coming? Where are they going? Where are they spending their money? Do we have the right infrastructure? Now, even though this project is $200,000, we were able to get $35,000 from YMPO, $75,000 from ADOT, and the city's putting in about $90,000. Now, my next project is, if you recall, we did a downtown park and parking master plan back in 2018 under your direction. This is all federal land, and your direction was acquire the land. Let's try to make the best use out of that area and beautify. So BLM and Bureau of Reclamation, when we submitted the master plan to them, they have advised us they're going to give us the leases for this. So we want to kind of move forward to the next step, right? You do the plan, then you acquire the land, then you take a look at the design. Once the design is done, you start taking a look at different funding sources, and then you start the construction. Again, this plans, I know it's a lot of years, but I think if we continue to move forward, we'll be able to get something done. So this project back in 2018 was a $6.5 million project. We'll see where we're at in about 2 years. Again, another drainage master plan for the city of San Luis back in 2020. So what we're doing through the Mesa Street, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, is we're addressing the drainage issue in that part. This is another portion. Again, we have to phase out this project. This project was a $1.4 million project. So if we phase it out, we're going to be able to try to, again, move forward and really not just spending the money on the planning and putting, the planning in the shell and just leaving it there. Is really enforcing and really trying to move the projects forward. So for this, we want to do the design. Our intent is to apply for CDBG funding. This would qualify, and so we're hoping that this is going to be one of our CDBG state special projects competition. The next one is the CDBG State Special Project Rancho Los Oros Phase 2. If you recall, we've been working in Rancho Los Otos. We did our first phase. It was about $700,000. The second phase, we were able to get $500,000 grant from the state. The city will put in about, close to $400,000. There is going to be a third phase. Again, we're really going into some of the subdivisions, our older subdivisions, and really not just going in and repairing certain items. We want to try to fix everything we can while we're there. Now, I do want to warn you that construction bids are coming in much higher. This is a discussion that I'm going to have with Monica right after this, is really understanding, do we put in some contingency now, or do I come back later after the budget is adopted and request additional funding? The bids are coming in June 22nd, so we're right on time. I don't think we're going to be able to make any changes there. But I just want to warn you that bids are coming in much higher. Even though we put a 5% contingency, that could change. And the areas there are the ones that we're going to be fixing. This is another project on Mesa Street. If you take a look at the Mesa Alley, and they will be constructing the other Mesa Street, the actual Mesa Street. This is a two-phase project, but what we wanted to do is kind of get it done all together. It's a pretty small project, but a high impact is $1.5 million at this point. We have received a grant from the state for $626,000. And to be able to complete the project, we're probably going to put about $800,000 to develop this area. This is the other drainage problem that we're having. And again, we're addressing that. Just on the timelines on both Mesa and Rancho Los Otos, we'll probably start construction in July and hopefully complete it by the end of the year. Now, this is a big project. And what I want to do is give a little bit of history, just because I want the public to understand all the work that has gone into this project. First, we got a federal grant of $1.2 million. We were able to do the NEPA, or the environmental, and we were able to do 30% design. After that, we moved into the right-of-way acquisition. First, we were able to acquire 16 acres of federal trust land. It took us 3 years to get that right-of-way. We have an application with the federal government, it's been there for 2 years, for 44 acres. That's another portion of this project. And then we have 4 acres of private land that we have to acquire from 8 property owners. So out of the $1.2 million, there's still $400,000 of grant. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna use that funding, and we hire a consultant to help us for the right-of-way acquisition for the private. It just gets a little bit more difficult to do that. Now, in order to complete the design, part of that 1 million is we did request appropriations from Senator Kelly, Senator Sinema, and Congressman Grijalva to be able to help us with that. If the appropriations come in, I think that Cesar Chavez design amount is not going to be as high. But if they don't, we really have to get this project to completely shovel ready. That means right-of-way acquisition, and that means 100% design. The other portion that I wanted to mention is that we submitted a race grant again in April. This is the second time we've been submitting a race grant. We're asking for $25 million, but we would commit to a 20% match. So it's a $7 million that if we get the grant, we got to find that $7 million. Now, applications were submitted in April. We'll know in August if we're successful. Just to let you know how competitive this is, out of 760 applications that were submitted nationwide, only 90 projects got funded. The city of Yuma has been submitting a project to the race for the past 7 years. They finally got it. So this is, again, making it shovel ready and making sure we have the financial commitment to move forward. We're also submitting a rural surface transportation grant. It's actually due next week. Again, we're asking for $25 million. Both projects are through the U.S. Department of Transportation. Unfortunately, the rural surface transportation is only $300 million. which means that the minimum amount is to request is 25 million. That means only 12 projects are gonna get funded. So again, very competitive, but we wanted to make sure that we try every single source on how to try to address the traffic situation that we're having at Cesar Chavez Boulevard.
For clarification, just to interrupt you, how long have you been working on Cesar Chavez?
For the 8 years that I've been here.
Okay, exactly. It's that, if
That's
one-
me and the staff, by the way.
Exactly. One thinks that just because I petitioned someone, it's gonna happen overnight. No, we've been working 8 to 9 years on this one. And we're almost there. But I'm just for clarification, I just want to make sure people understand the time and effort staff has spent, and also council, and also myself, going to talking to different congressmen, and hopefully we can get the funding. So thank you.
And not only that, Mayor, is that throughout this year, we've been spending general fund money in the right-of-way acquisition, in appraisals and consultants. And we have spent significant amount of money already, and we haven't even got started on the construction.
Exactly. So,
Also, there are 2 exact bills at the state legislature. They both went through the House and the Senate through the Transportation and Appropriations Committee. Right now, it's in budget negotiations. We'll know again sometime in August, same as the other 2 grants. We'll know if we get funded. Again, trying to apply for every source of funding there is out there to get this project done. That's our plan A. Our plan B is to really phase out the project through general fund. It's gonna take us a lot more years to do that. But again, we wanna make sure that the public understands that, we are moving forward with this project, and we spent significant amount of time and money already. And we will continue to push forward and make it a priority for the community. The next project is a broadband regional commitment. Again, this has been a project that's been working on for several years. Yuma County finally took the lead and said, we are going to bring in that middle mile throughout the community. And they have allocated ARPA funding. This is our share, the $2.9 million we're gonna be committing through our ARPA funding. And what I wanted to share is that they have contracted Allo to do the work. They have applied for $10 million at the state. This is pretty much a $38 million project. And they do want to start in San Luis. Hopefully, if the stars align, we'll be able to construct Cesar Chavez Boulevard, and the roads will be turned up, and we'll put in the broadband. This is only the middle mile. We'll get to the last mile. We'll work on getting some more grant funding to do that. And again, this project is to really provide additional broadband needs for the community at a higher speed at a reasonable price. The other project that we're going to work on is a small business relief grants, similar to what other communities have done. We're hiring a consultant to help us through the grant application, and we'll get this information out to the community. We'll start in July. So we'll have some of the businesses that have been impacted by COVID to try to apply for this funding. The last one is the economic incentives. We do have an incentive policy. We know we have some issues with the Goldwater Institute and the legality, and we're working through that. I do believe that we will find a way to try to provide incentive packages to companies. In the last 8 years that I've been here, this year has been the busiest in terms of interest of companies wanting to locate in the city of San Luis. So I think this economic incentive, it's probably going to be used this year. And so what do we want to do? Again, as I mentioned, time is money. We want to try to find a way to do things faster and better. That's my goal, at least, and I hope that the other departments will work with me on that. But before I end my presentation, Mayor, I wanted to just make a few recommendations based on some of the work that we've been doing through the year. Is what we have seen is those opportunities out there. Now we have the money, but we can get the right of way. We're having delays on the environmental. So what I wanted to mention is that we met with the State Land Department, and what we're trying to do is for them to do an inventory of all the roadway strips that we have throughout the city, and do one package and get all those right away and just go through it once rather than acquire them in portions.
What's keeping us from doing it?
Just your direction. We're good. I just wanted to, we're moving in that direction, but you know, this is just like a little, you know. The other one is federal. Again, you know, let's look at the future roadways. Let's start the process. We know it takes time to get that done. And the third one, Mayor, is annexing the Yuma County Islands. We really need to move forward on that. I don't have any expertise on that. I'd be happy to learn and go through the process. But I think under Louis, I think that's something that we really need to focus on. Again, planning is essential. We're moving fast. Things are getting done, but we need to plan for the next 20 years.
I think annexation of those islands is probably easier, or actually a quicker process than the acquisition of right away. So yeah, no, all three, yes, please. Yes.
And Mayor, I've been speaking to the Director of Planning and Zoning, so we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I know my budget is hefty, but I could tell you that we'll get things done.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Jenny.
Good job.
Just happy to not hear a car request for the first time in 10 years.
Because graciously, Monica gave us a direction. She didn't think we could find vehicles, but we found our way to get a
There you
vehicle. So
go.
finally, after, you know, 8 years, 9 years, actually 9 years now in September, that I'll be here, I finally was able to get a new vehicle, the Crown. I'll still be using it. It's
But
very comfortable.
and to Mr. Ponce's comment earlier, this is after driving that hand-me-down police car Crown for how many years? Like
9 years.
9 years.
It's all right. It's a comfy car. It's just that my staff doesn't want to drive it.
The yellow lights kind of give it out.
Yeah, it still has a cassette player, so.
8-track.
Good job. Good job. Gracias. Now we're gonna go ahead with, oh wait, what time is it?
She finished early?
We're good on time, Mayor, so we have a
Okay,
couple
yes,
more.
we're gonna go ahead and go to the Dune Municipal Court. Magistrate Naomi Isabel.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, and my fellow colleagues. I know everybody has been talking about the city, the growth, and I know everyone here is very committed to the community and the city, and it takes a monument to make things happen. Some people think it's just, oh, you have the money, do it. We answer to all kinds of government, our branches of government, and so in order to make things happen, it's not just money and time, it's rules, laws that we have to follow. Having said that, the court is not the exception. That's, you know, our building, it's very old. I know everybody talks about new buildings in our city growing. The court is also growing. We have many cases. I'm trying to. Oh, the clicker. Yes, thank you. That's our court staff. And again, because of COVID, our filings were low. However, from January of last year to March of this year, our misdemeanor filings were 903. Criminal traffic, which includes DUIs and other traffic criminal offenses, were 326, and our civil traffic filings were 2,504. Again, we were a little bit low because of COVID and the restrictions. The hearings that the court has, aside from, you know, the magistrate's function to run the court, we have several hearings, and from January to March, the court had held 107 civil traffic hearings, and that involves officers in the courtroom. As far as the criminal traffic hearings, again, DUI, reckless driving, criminal speeding, highway racing, we had 920 hearings. Misdemeanor hearings, DV offenses, theft, shoplifting, assault, disorderly conduct, drug-related offenses, and other city ordinance, the court held 2,089 hearings. Orders of protections, we held 41. probation violation hearings, 48, jury trials scheduled, 139. Granted, not all of them were held. I want to say our court handles at least 30% of jury trials. They end up resolving prior to trial. Our bench trials, which are only with the judge as the trial fact. 129, again, not all of them were held, but they did resolve. One of our counsels was summoned to jury trial, and he was there and he appeared and he did do his civic duty. And again, you know, we have all these cases and court matters are not normally resolved at the first hearing. Cases take a while to resolve. And because of COVID, you know, we pushed back a lot of the hearings, a lot of the trials, and, you know, council graciously approved a position last year that has helped with the caseload. Also, council approved funds that gave the court two temporary clerks that will alleviate some of these backlogs. The court's revenues, you know, although the court is not in the business of making money, we do need to hold people accountable. And it's not always fair or just or to give people jail time. You know, we have to, every case is different. And in those cases that fines were applied, the total court revenue from January to April of this year were $900,014,392. From those funds, obviously the court does not keep all the money. The city of San Luis received a portion, $345,000. The Arizona State Treasury received $381,000. Yuma County Treasurer received $1,900. San Luis PD, they do get some sort of revenue, $4,800. There is $62,000 currently held with the city, but that money does not belong to the city or the court. It belongs to the parties. For example, restitution money to victims, bonds, other monies that are held that we need to return to the people involved with the court. The court does have its special revenue fund, which is it's an account held for the purpose of the court only and to enhance our justice system. That is money that no one can touch but the city. I'm sorry, but the court. And in order to touch that money, I do need permission from the AOC or the Arizona Supreme Court to allow the court to use that money for the purpose of our justice system. And that's $106,000 that, you know, we again received from last year to April this year. And other fees, again, other agencies, ADOT, the Sheriff's Office, other fees that are that we collected were $11,000. But again, that money is not ours or the city. So yes, the court does generate revenue, but not everything goes to the city. I do have news and updates. The court did receive a grant, and you know, the court is always looking for ways to enhance our court system. And the court received a grant from the Supreme Court to get our surveillance camera system. Unfortunately, it took a while for the court to work on installing those cameras because of possible asbestos in the courthouse, and I'll address that in a little bit. We don't have it, but it held us back. The court is working with Derek from IT to install those cameras. And again, it's a process. The court also is in the process of obtaining a recording system because we do have an order from the AOC, which Derek graciously agreed to help the court fill out, and it was dozens and dozens of pages. And the order now calls for all courts to enhance and improve our technology because of COVID, and they want more court appearances via Zoom or video or telephonically, and they want our technology to improve. And the city did grant funds to start to that process. And having said that, Louis brought to the court's attention a city ordinance that many courts have adopted, more specifically the city of Yuma, which allows the court to charge a small fee in every case. For for the purpose of our technology, and we're working on that. Monica is aware and she's on board, and hopefully we can make that process so that ordinance is going to be presented to council shortly, because the court now has more demands when it comes to technology, and of course, everything is money. Council also approved the city vehicle. Thank you so much for that. We do have vehicles that are older than 10 years, so very much needed. And then the court did enrolled in a program which require many trainings and meetings with the AOC in order to be able to collect our fees. Now with this program, we can look people through their social security and know where they're working or know where they are and be able to collect monies. And we are in the process of painting the courthouse. I mean, it's not yet painted. It's a very old building. So we are working on that. Hopefully the next month. Louis was very critical of the colors, but I think we did reach an agreement. We did have an operational review that was held recently. We did have one finding. It was a minor finding. Other than that, it was successful. And the court is free of asbestos. We had many department heads very involved, and luckily that was a very scary time and stressful for everyone, but we don't have asbestos. But now we're still working on getting the new courthouse. Louis, Jenny, Elogio, Jose, other stakeholders met to hopefully make that happen. We do need a new courthouse. We are growing and the needs of the city are growing, and hopefully we can make that happen. And that is all. Do you have questions?
Have we looked at an estimate how much a courthouse is going to cost us? Between 5 and 7 million, maybe?
Mayor, so we're going to be working on the design, but one of the things we'll be coming back to mayor and council is a brief presentation by the judge. City staff are going to work with her on designating a location and bringing those recommendations back and moving forward design. After design, hopefully we'll have to wait till then to try to get a cost for that, because of course everything we know is going up. So the design is going to be we'll start developing that for next fiscal year.
I was thinking we can probably use when we finish the new the facilities building, the new maintenance building. It's going to cost 2.2 million, and maybe we can put the courthouse there and they can wait. Matias.
I don't think she wants to be in the metal building. No, she wants
Really
something
nice high
bit-
roofs, really nice.
And that's what we're talking about. We're gonna actually be touring other courthouses,
Yeah.
the new federal courthouse as
Nomás-
well. And so. yeah,
Oila,
yeah.
Federal, she wants to go big shot.
Mira, mais.
Well, we gotta think, ahead, 20 years from now.
Well, you can always go with the exotic wood.
There you go.
Just saying.
Yeah,
Keep the look.
Thank you. Gracias. Good
thank
job.
you. Any other questions?
Well, for the record, do police officers have quotas of tickets they have to get per week?
No, that is a false misconception.
For
I wanna say
clarification.
that They don't have quotas. The money that is given to the department is for the resources, because they do, cite to the court. And that is not something that the city or the court imposes. That is mandated by law. And so they have to, every department in every state gets a collection of whatever they cite. And that's just the law. It's not something that the city imposes. Also, there was an issue about, the higher the mileage or the speed, it's the higher the money. It's only a $5 difference, really. And people think that because officers cite with the higher speed, it makes a difference. And that's not true.
Okay, for clarification, thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay, now we have Office of the City Attorney, okay? Let's see here, you were supposed to be at 125. Oh, good.
It's still morning. I can't
Okay,
believe
do it, let's do it.
Okay, so my office has simple requests. We're going to spend more time on professional development. Um, As been repeated over and over, growing city causes more for us to do. So we're going to try to be more efficient by getting training, especially on Word, because I almost live in Word and getting contracts out, and both Janet and I need to be more advanced in it to format things quickly. Legal technology, during COVID, the technology world finally recognized the legal profession, and they started marketing to us like crazy and providing more technology for us, more suited to us. So we need to learn about what's out there to make us more proficient. And then just productivity methods, how to get through things faster. So just a $6,000 estimate for training in addition to what we usually have for our required legal training. And this year in the budget book, it says 40,000, but we're only asking for 30,000 in contractual services. What we're going to try is outsourcing, just to try and get through some of our work that's routine. So we're going to give that a try before. Staffing is very difficult for us because we just don't have time to train, or we just have to get people that can do stuff right away. So we're going to try that. And another change that doesn't really affect the budget, but for Janet, it will be a different workload. And it will also give me an overview of exactly where our legal liabilities are or needs are. All the legal budgets from every department are going to be with me instead of separated into the different departments. I'll still keep track of which department needs it, but so those are the only changes in my office. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kay.
Thank you, Kay.
For the prosecutor's office,
Yes, please.
Sylvia, as you know, was promoted from legal secretary to paralegal, I think maybe 2 years ago, maybe one. Now she's learning. Arizona has new laws that allow paraprofessionals. They're not attorneys, they haven't been to law school, but they can get licensed with a program to appear in court on civil offenses. So Sylvia is in the process of doing that. She's getting close to her exam time, and she'll probably be licensed in a couple of months. And she'll be able to cover some of the court load. And
Do we need to increase funding for that department?
no, it's not. She's still a paralegal, and there is ARPA funds this year to pay for overtime that she might incur. So some of their line items are a little higher due to inflation, but they're not asking for more money overall.
Good. Thank you.
All right,
We're gonna do with, what time is it? 11.
Mr. Buchanan and the Vice Mayor on the Zoom.
Yeah, he's actually text. He lost signal.
Oh dear.
He should be logging in right now. Oh, yeah, Parks.
Ready?
Let's do it. Thank you, Haley.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. My name is Angelica Roldan. I'm the Acting Parks and Recreation Director. I'm very excited to show you what is going on at Parks and Recreation Department. So this picture was captured by Ramon Leon. He's a photographer from San Luis Rio Colorado. I really enjoy seeing this picture. It was captured during one of our baseball games this year. The City of San Luis Parks and Recreation is the largest department of the city, consisting of 49 employees who take pride in serving our local community. The San Luis Cultural Center, Parks, Recreation, Youth Center, Municipal Pool, Facilities, and Senior Center fall under the umbrella of the San Luis Parks and Recreation Department. This is our mission. We're very proud of our mission and enjoy being hands-on with our community. These are our objectives. As our city continues to grow, we look forward to meeting our community's needs. These are some of our goals and objectives going forward. Increase participation in programs and recreation opportunities. Make your Dueño Park a major city visitor destination. Use capital to renew aging infrastructure. We'll continue developing a strategic plan to maintain existing areas and preparing for future development. We aim to continue care for our seniors by offering healthy meals, activities daily. Promote youth activities that give students a safe and healthy environment to grow. Developing cultural events and programs for youth and adults. The City of San Luis Parks and Recreation Department was proud to safely provide events and open public spaces with our community's well-being in mind. Open spaces and public areas promotes a sense of community and give locals a quality of life through local recreation. Enjoy time with their families here locally. So I'm going to talk about our Cultural Center division. As you can see, there's a lot of pictures, a lot of pictures that we captured throughout the year. It's kind of hard for us to decide which pictures are the best ones, but these are some of the pictures that we capture at some of our past events that we have. Our Cultural Center, Cesar Chavez Cultural Center division will continue to promote culture and the arts for the enjoyment and benefit of our community. For example, some of the events I want to mention is Arte en la Calle, San Luis Film Festival, Dia de los Muertos, and more. Some of the CIP projects that we have that we would like to have for our next fiscal year is to convert the outside east side of the Cultural Center as a garden patio area, adding some gazebos and patio lights, add some benches and plants, some trees, make it more attractive to our community. So you can see some of the, Omar helped me to design this picture. It's just kind of like an idea that we would like to have at our Cultural Center. I think it's kind of like an dead space that we have. So I believe this is a very good idea to add a little bit more of color and green area to the Cultural Center. Another thing that I would like to add, we noticed after adding more stuff to our Cultural Center, inside our Cultural Center, we already added some sound, projector. We're having more activity going on. We would like to request the opportunity to continue improving our culture by adding new stage lights, which are greatly needed, up to date, and obviously LED. So we were working with some quotes. So it's something that we would like to request. So our recreation division will continue to offer sports and recreation opportunities for both youths and adults alike, increase participation in programs. One of the projects that we have that we would like to see for next fiscal year is to add 2 offices and a conference room to help make the needs of the coaches and recreation staff for administrative things, sorting teams, etc. So this is something that we would like to add for next fiscal year. The youth center and municipal pool will continue offering after-school programs year-round. The pool will be opening from June 6th to September. Our lifeguards are getting trained about water safety and caring for our community's children. So these are some images of our youth center as well as our municipal pool staff. Parks Grounds. Parks Grounds Division continues to keep our public spaces clean, green, and beautiful by maintaining our city parks. We take pride in these areas and we are glad that our community enjoys their use. We have approximately 15 staff right now, and obviously they're doing a great job. They're always doing something. You always see them out. So these are some of the images of our Parks Grounds staff. Some of the projects that we have for Parks Grounds will be a vacuum cleaner, a playgrounds, adding more equipment to our playgrounds, make them better. I know there's some areas that we have some green areas that we have around the city that needs to improve on our playgrounds. So it's very important to have that in mind. We added some exercise equipment already at a pet park, and we will continue doing this. And it's something that the community enjoys. We just had an event last Saturday, and you can tell people were able to use equipment. And obviously our East Community Park. Facilities. Facilities Division ensures our city's facilities are well maintained. During COVID, they were able to use protective measures. They work really hard to keep our city staff safe. Some of the projects that we have is to purchase 7 units, AC units. Summer temperatures put a greater demand on AC units. We need to have a backup. So there are some pictures that we have from Facilities Division when they were adding some of our, I think it was last summer. It was like an emergency thing that we have going on. So we really needed to add AC units. Our senior center. Our senior center is a place for the city's elderly community to eat healthy, be social, and stay active. Some of the projects that we have or we got already this last fiscal year is the expansion with the CDBG grant that we obtained, as well as a garden area. You can tell our seniors are being very active with our garden area. That's an actual picture of this year. Another project will be purchase a bingo machine. I don't know how long it's been, but it's an old one. So we really need to add one. So we were able to find the perfect one for our senior center. Future projects. One of our future projects is our East Community Park. As the city of San Luis being one of the fastest cities or fastest growing communities, we need to expand our city's east side with community spaces. It will give our newer neighborhoods public space to enjoy and do special events and recreation. Since 2010 census, our city has grown by 3.61% annually. So this is something that some information I was able to research. So that means that we need another park.
Yeah. For the record,
Yes,
A park does not get created just because someone did a petition. Yeah,
yes,
okay. Yeah, how long have we been working on this park? 2 years now?
2 years.
For the record, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Another of our future project will be our Veterans Park. It's a very, very good design that we have here. We're excited to have a Veterans Park for the first time at our city. This memorial park will be different, will have different features such as memorial wall, a playground, benches that will be donated. We might have a helicopter and more stuff that will be coming. San Luis has 467 veterans ranging from the Vietnam War to the global war on terrorism. They deserve a place within our community to feel honored and appreciated for their service. So we're very excited about our Veterans Park project. This is our organizational chart. As our city continues to grow, our needs will also grow with more personnel. I'm pretty sure this organizational chart is fluid and it will continue to change as the city continues to grow and needs change and care are met. We will continue. One of the goals that we have is continue with professional development. A trained staff is always a good staff. It leads to more quality employees and a more efficient workforce. I'm going to mention some of the positions that we're going to be asking for our next fiscal year. We have a parks ground maintenance, recreation office assistant, a senior center special cook, facilities custodian, promote 2 employees from maintenance tech to maintenance specialist, promote 1 employee from maintenance specialist to crew leader, supervisor, recreation, promote 1 employee from recreation specialist to recreation coordinator, or culture center, promote office assistant from part-time to full-time. Senior center general fund will promote office assistant, and facilities promote 1 custodian to building maintenance. So yes, this is what we are. We're Parks and Recreation, and obviously the city, like I mentioned, the city is growing. So the needs obviously are, we're needing more staff every year. Special events. The last year, we were the only city to have 2 firework locations at our 4th of July celebration. We will continue offering the best special events in Yuma County. We've noticed the increase in community participation during our events. For example, our live parade was one of them. We received a lot of comments, which we took in consideration. That means the city is growing, we need more venues. So we're asking 100,000 for 4th of July, and which is one of our major events, and 50K for Founder's Day celebration.
Can I mention something since we're talking about celebrations and venues? There is actually a radio station from the Phoenix area that is looking to promote. They constantly bring big time artists to Phoenix area, but they do the research. They do the research based on who's performing or outperforming. It turns out that quite a few times, some of their artists actually outperform here in Yuma County, San Luis area in particular, more than Phoenix. So they're looking into coming into town. And just to let you guys know, this Friday they were down because they have a venue. They have this artist that it's going to be big in Phoenix, but they think it can be bigger here based on the information. So there's a possibility that this company in conjunction with another promoter might be wanting to do concerts first in San Luis and then in the Phoenix area.
That's great.
So this could change the whole dynamics. Perfect what you said. And the thing is, and they're really looking into San Luis. They're not looking into Somerton. They're not looking into Yuma. They're looking into San Luis because the numbers here have shown higher percentage more than Phoenix. So just to let you guys know. So things, no, they're gonna be done,
Yeah, thank you so much for that. But yeah,
And
we're
That's good
very
news.
proud.
That's good.
And if I could add, just to let you know, the new East Park, it has twice the capacity of F1, and that was one of the reasons they'll actually be fenced in. So we could do bigger concerts up to 40, 50,000 people.
At first, when they asked me, I was like, is there any way we can fit 4,000 people somewhere?
Yeah, we'll make that happen.
And I'm like, we can give you the mini field and you can do it there. Okay,
We'll
so
make that
they
happen.
had no idea what 4th of July was here and they have no idea. So, and they basically, the comment was, this is actually the perfect area for a big venue. And the demographics, population, everything shows their data and they based on numbers show that the San Luis area, San Luis Colorado and Yuma area would be the perfect area. So good.
Well, thank you. Thank
Just to
you
let
so
know.
much.
So things to come. So I'll be talking to you guys soon.
We're very
Good.
proud.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm sorry. Please continue.
that's fine.
Oh,
So this
thank you.
concludes our presentation. This is Parks and Recreation. I have a quick video to close with. We always try to have something visual. The City of San Luis Parks and Recreation Department is proud to serve our community. So here's the video. I hope you enjoy it.
¿Es esto, eh?
That's all.
Ya me despertó, pues. Ya, ya.
Felicidades, San Luis.
Yes, after this meeting, we were gonna be able to show it to the
Please
public.
do.
Yes.
Please do. Okay. It speaks volumes for what Parks and Recs and basically a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And so thank you. Let's do that.
And different departments always supporting as well.
Todos. Thank you. Make it happen.
Thank you so
please.
much. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Good job. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheesh. Okay, Human Resources, una vez, aquí, una vez. Yeah, come. Listos. Se me hace que a las 2:30.
Good morning. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, the rest of the staff. Maria Munoz, HR Analyst in the Human Resources Department. So I'd like to start off the presentation by providing you with our mission goals and objectives. So in our HR department, we strive for excellent quality of work and customer service. We believe in establishing good working relationships with all city employees, our community, as well as with our all external customers. We are continuously seeking ways to improve our internal processes. This includes reviewing, revising, enhancing our internal systems, programs, processes, procedures, as well as our work environment. We continue protecting the city's resources by being in compliance with our internal HR policies, as well as local, state, and federal laws. We continue to improve HR's community outreach and the building of strong working relationships with our other agencies and municipalities. Over the past year, we have been in contact with different cities throughout the state of Arizona. Having the resources and the network contacts have helped us, not just us internally as an HR department, but it kind of gives us an overview of where we stand as an organization. Our objectives, we did develop manager and supervisor effectiveness by providing proper tools for development, support staff effectiveness, improve workplace relations, build more effective work teams, improve organizational problem solving, develop service to internal and external customers, increase awareness of equal employment opportunity laws, and promote understanding of how diverse perspectives can improve overall performance. So I'm going to move on to my next slide, which is our HR team organization chart. So our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Adela Cortez, she's actually will be coming on board as of June 6th and maybe even sooner than that. The HR analyst position, there's a setup of 4 coordinators, 2 which are vacant right now. And right now we have a part-time HR technician that was put in place to help with the workload. So to put a face to the names, Ms. Adela Cortez, she was not able to join us by Zoom today. She had previous commitments, but this is her. And myself, Maria Munoz, as an analyst, Mari Barajas. Ms. Mari Barajas has been with the HR team since January of this year. She's currently handling the benefits administration. Lupita Ochoa, Human Resource Coordinator. She's a recruitment specialist. And Roger Diaz, he's a part-time HR technician. So as mentioned, we do have 2 vacant positions right now. For the coordinators, we do have a programs and trainings coordinator that's vacant, and the other one too. But we have been all actually been handling different tasks throughout the year. So it's been almost a year since our previous acting director was with us. So we were handling different aspects in the HR department. So these are some of the tasks accomplished in the benefits administration. So we did a dependent audit. The dependent hadn't been done in years. So what it is that we actually reached out to all our employees that have Employee Plus in the benefit plan, and we just made sure that we had all supporting documentation such as birth certificates, a marriage license, and so on. Just make sure that we're in compliance. We had an employee and family flu and other vaccine prevention clinic on October 26th of 2021. We held open enrollment meetings. They were offered in person, and we also offered a pre-recorded video that Ms. Posada did. So it opened up on April 26th and it closed on May 9th. We actually had a total of 27 employees making changes only. Wellness fair. So everybody's back to be back in person. We hadn't held a wellness fair in a couple of years. So that was held on April 26th, 2022. We had 6 short-term disability claims that were processed, 3 long-term disability claims processed, 30 FMLA requests, 3 extended medical leave processed, 1 non-FMLA leave, 488 requests, 7 employees received donated sick leave, 3 retirements processed, 2 ASRS, 1 public safety, 8 tuition reimbursements processed as of this year, and 5 are pending. And we had 0 events on the annual report for the public safety traumatic counseling. So, and just to add on to that, we didn't have any changes to our rates. So there's that one. Our benefit package. So the city offers medical, dental, and vision plans. They medical and dental are offered in US and in Mexico. We offered employee plus children, family, spouse, and it's subsidized by the city about 77% of the full cost. Employee only coverage is covered at 100%. We do have the e-surgeries program, and if employees are able to utilize it, they will have 0 copay, 0 deductible, 0 out-of-pocket costs. Retirement, we do participate in the Arizona State Retirement System. This is for civilian employees, the employee and employer contributions matching. And we participate in the Public Safety Retirement System, PSPRS, for public safety and elected officials. And we do also offer a supplemental retirement plan, which is the 457B deferred compensation plan managed by Nationwide. Additional benefits, we have the employer paid basic life insurance with a $50,000 beneficiary benefit, short and long-term disability, teledoc services through Health ESU. It's 100% paid by the employer, available for our employees and immediate family. Employee assistance program through Uprise Health. It's covered 100% by the employer, available for employee and immediate family. We have the gym memberships, tuition reimbursements, supplemental insurance policies through American Fidelity, tickets at work, vacation buyback, sick hours conversion to vacation hours. And open enrollment, Ms. Osada, she held the meetings, the in-person meetings, and once again, she did pre-record the video for anybody that was not able to join us in person. And these are just some of the examples that were provided to all their employees, like a goodie bag. Goals accomplished in the recruitment division, or in the recruitment, should I say. So it's 1,592 applications received, reviewed. There was 50 interviews held up to date. 1 volunteer placed only, 3 interns placed through Arizona at Work. 1 on the job training employee placed through Arizona at Work. 1 AWC work study employee placed. 10 ASU interns placed through different city departments. For this summer, we were not able to bring them on, but we're having a meeting actually on the 18th. With the director, and hopefully we're able to bring him in for the fall.
When you say bring him, is this just ASU or U of A or?
Just ASU, yeah.
Why is that?
From what I gathered, I guess they were up to capacity on their side. So that's why we're not able to bring him on for the summer, but we're meeting with them actually next Wednesday, the 18th, with the director. She's going to be coming in person here, and we're going to see what other options we have.
Okay, but are we also talking to the U of A or we're not?
U of A, not that I know of, so, but I can definitely find out.
Mayor, just to let you know, Lupita, she is currently reaching out to AWC, NAU, ASU, and any other organizations that work with work study to develop that. So we are going to contact them.
Okay, but I think we should go beyond work study. I think we should be offering internships actually, not just work study.
Oh, I apologize. Internships. I meant internships.
Yeah, because if you focus on work study, not everyone's going to qualify. There's people who don't qualify for work study, who actually are very good qualified individuals. They can't afford it. But we should be offering internships to those programs, to those individuals also, not just work study. We should not be focusing just on work study.
Okay, and that's something that we can definitely look into. And like I said, like we mentioned, we can meet with the directors when we have a local.
Yeah, because there's a lot of talent out there, and they're looking for experience. And the thing is, if the city can provide a little bit of experience, I think it'd be a good thing. Okay, because they're going somewhere else, they're not coming back, and we want to get those who also do not qualify for work study. And they probably have two other jobs.
Yeah.
And, okay, so let's try to get them also, okay?
Yes, definitely. So
Yeah.
I'll make sure I'll make a note of that. So our recruiter, she participated in a couple of career expos. One was the AWC South Yuma County Transfer and Career Expo, and the second one was the Yuma Transfer, and it was more like a local, sorry, the Yuma area, and the other one was in the South County, South Yuma County. Once here, there's just pictures and some of the goodies that we provide to the possible applicants. Okay, so goals accomplished, programs and trainings, July 2021 to present. So we continue with the Vector Safe Personnel in-house trainings. We have the walking club, which right now due to the heat, we're going to be transitioning indoors. We have the ERAP, the Employee Recognition and Awards Program. We have the quarterly nominations, ERAP committee tour, successful employee recognition dinner. We do have the wellness program, which is managed by the WELCOAS, the Wellness Council of Arizona. Along with that, we have the 60 active gym memberships in combination with the 24/7 Get Fit gym and the Border Fitness. Once again, we're back to WELCOA. So they provide their services that right now are virtual. So they have monthly webinars, newsletters. We just finished the Move Your Shoes corporate challenge. And they provide services such as virtual health coach and quarterly wellness challenges as well. So this year we did an HR Angel Tree program in collaboration with Arizona Children's Association, a community outreach, ugly sweater sweepstakes, holiday sweater giveaway, Halloween pumpkin carving and consumer contest. We actually also provided a couple of other trainings. We did one back in November of last year. It's a supervisory trainings, and I'm sorry, I didn't include it on here, but it was pretty much to stay within compliance. It touched on FMLA, ADA, retaliation, and we're having another training for supervisory skills training in June. And this is going to touch more like on, or maybe a refresher to our some of our longstanding supervisors and some of the new ones that have transitioned into that position. And it's going to touch us being able to have a good team environment, also communication skills, being able to delegate and so on. So that one's coming up. Let's see, the Employee Recognition Award. So we held the Employee Recognition Award dinner last December. So these are some of the pictures of the setup and some of the prizes that were provided. ERAP nominations. Again, these are the last quarters. These are taken back in December. Employee Health and Wellness Fair. Those are some of the goodie bags that we did provide our employees with. And we had a total of 9 vendors that participated in our wellness fairs. So Ms. Posada, Regional Center for Border Health, they provided the biometric screenings. 24/7 Get Fit was here, American Fidelity, exclusive e-surgeries, Yuma County, Campesinos Sin Fronteras, Border Fitness Gym nationwide, and our local vendor, Your Greens, they provided a luncheon for our vendors. The community outreach, so we had a ugly sweater sweepstakes. So we, in collaboration with the Parks and Recreation Department, this went out to this was posted on social media, and we had a couple of our HR reps represent us at the tree lighting. The Christmas Tree Angel program. So once again, this was in collaboration with Arizona's Children Association. This are just, that's a copy of our thank you note that we received from them. And there's just a screenshot of some of the prices, not prices, should I say, I'm sorry, some of the presents that were gathered from throughout the city. Just pictures of the other programs. So we had like a festive wear. So we had some, we had participation from Parks and Rec, PD, finance. We had the pumpkin carving contest. So I mean, just like I said, those are just some of the pictures that we were provided with. and the team goals accomplished or working on, should I say. So we initiated Neoga Perform. It's a performance evaluation program. It's actually a platform. And what this will do is we'll automate the delivery of the performance evaluation. So right now, the way we're doing it, it's an actual form, everything's manual. So this will help that process. We initiated the HR handbook rewrite. So we actually received the first sections for review this past week, and we're going to be meeting next week to kind of overview and make sure that we're in agreement. So if there's any questions or revisions that we need to do to it. Initiated the SHRM CPA certification for 3 employees. So this is the Society for Human Resources Management. It's the certified professional certification that we or myself and 2 other employees are going through right now. We're hoping to test at the end of the year and get certified on that. We initiated we're trying to initiate the on-site nutritionist program with Regional Center for Border Health. We successfully completed the salary adjustments on August 28th of 2021, and we successfully completed the open enrollment meetings and wellness fair. I don't know if you have any questions or comments or anything that I can
Thank you, Maria. We're actually going to go proceed with our next one. Let's see here. Billing. Yeah, Billing and Collection Division. You say 30 minutes, but I say maybe 20 or 15.
I think I can do anything.
Okay.
We're going to do lunch after this, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone, just think about it. Everyone's gonna be like,
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Vice Mayor, council members and staff. Before I do my presentation, I would like to introduce myself. This is the first time I'm before you. So I'm Andres Esparza. I'm currently acting Billing and Collection Manager. Okay, so to start my presentation, I would like to
A microphone or put them up a little bit closer so we can hear you.
Is this fine?
yeah, perfect.
Okay, so I would like to start by going through the mission statement of the department. It is a desire of the city of San Luis Building and Collections Division staff to provide exceptional and professional quality customer service to all city residents and visitors. Also, our motto is to know the issue and provide specific information to educate, to know the solution or find a solution. Be honest, listen, and be committed to report back to our customers. Next, I would like you to introduce all our staff that makes up the Building and Collections Division. As you can see, it's a staff of 8 people. Next, I would like to go through all the accomplishments that we have done so far through this current fiscal year. Our first one and the most noticeable one is completed the setup of the paperless billing statement as a default option for new customers. So meaning whenever a new customer comes in and establishes a new account, we will deliver a paper statement. But if the customer then decides to go through ExpressBill Pay and set up the account, we will then set them up for paperless option. Again, following with the paperless billing statement, when we did the paperless billing as a default, we also enrolled all of our ExpressBill Pay customers to paperless billing, so that we increased from 13% all the way to 55%, which resulted in a saving of $16,300 in postage and contractual services.
Nice.
Also, we completed a wastewater service audit along with the wastewater department in Gadsden. We just checked that all properties that had an account with all properties that didn't have an account with the city of San Luis, that we reach out to them and let them know that they need to set up an account with us. We currently have 195 accounts, and we found out 8 properties that didn't have a utility account with us and are connected to the city sewer line. So we are now working with legal. We have reached out to them and let them know, hey, you need to come to the city and establish a sewer account with us, but they haven't reached back to us. So we are working with legal to see what options we have, just to make sure that they get an account established.
Was that 8 or 80?
8.
8. Okay.
Also, we completed an audit of all the water conversion accounts to identify property owners that are able to convert their water rights to the city. Currently, we have 620 properties that have converted their rights to the city. And on the other hand, we have 205 accounts that haven't converted their water rights to the city. We took the initiative and we reached out to them. We sent out letters, but of those 205 letters that we sent out, we only had 3 customers reach back to us. And finally, another accomplishment that we've done this current fiscal year is the installation of a self-serve payment kiosk at the City Hall main entrance. In order to promote it, we redesigned the bill stub, and we also promote it through social media and the city website. And currently, we are working with Domingo on making a video to give it more promotion to the kiosk. Some of the goals and objectives for next fiscal year is continue providing the best possible customer service to the residents of San Luis, Arizona. We're gonna partner up with Western Arizona Council of Governments to implement a low utility assistance program. As a matter of fact, on May 25th, I will be presenting the contract, and if approved, we will begin this assistance program on July. Also, we would like to improve our department operations for billing collection and business licenses. We want to do convert paper files to electronic files, the online applications as well, and the work order flow management. Continue with that, we would like to improve our financial reporting from our ERP to reflect payments in real time. So as of now, if any customer makes any payments through Express Bill Pay, they don't appear real time in our billing software. An accounting specialist will have to enter that file to load those payments into our billing software. Also, I know I mentioned we increased the paperless billing to 55%, but that was back in October. As of March, that percentage has decreased back to 47%. So we want to increase that percentage again. And we would like to analyze and evaluate our current collections agency to increase collections rate. The current rate is 19%. So currently we have 174 accounts and collections for a total amount of $23,000. And the collection company has only collected 37 accounts for the amount of $4,500. And our next goal is to establish a utility account for the 8 properties that we identified in Gadsden that didn't have a account with us. And finally, we would like to cross-train our office personnel and create a department manual as well. And now I will show you some of the accounts that were the funding increase. For one was the contractual services. The increase isn't very significant because again, the paperless billing, our expenses with our printing company decreased $7,000, but we added the kiosk, which increased our expense. And the other one is gas and oil. It's only $2,700. And the funding decreases, well, the postage, obviously, it was due to the paperless billing campaign. That decreased $9,300. And bank services also decreased $9,600. And this is because we're comparing to last year's budget. So since our offices were close to the public, people have paid through online or checks. So most of them decided to pay through online with debit and credit transactions. So since our offices are open again, those people, the amount of transactions for debit and credit transactions decreased 12%. So meaning that now people are coming in and paying with their cash or checks, and we don't get charged by the bank for those transactions. So that's why we have the decrease on that expense. And now I will begin showing some statistics from the department. As you can see here, before we started the paperless billing campaign, back in September, we only had 1,039 accounts signed up for paperless billing. In October, we had 4,532 accounts set up for paperless. But like I was mentioning, throughout the months, back all the way to March, that amount has decreased. So we currently have 3,116 accounts on paperless billing. So that is why we're trying to increase that rate again for the paperless billing. And just to show you of the bank services expenses that it decreased, as you can see last year in your left hand, the debit and credit chart, you can see that it increased a lot from fiscal year 20 to 21, but now their offices are open again. It is starting to decrease as well. But on the other case for e-checks, we had the accounts or transactions remain almost about the same. And this is another graph just to show you what I was mentioning. The cash checks and money order transactions against the electronic payments. So last fiscal year, you can see a big change on how come the cash checks and money order transactions were very low. We only collected almost $2 million in transactions. And now it's increasing and the electronic payments is decreasing as well. So the new installs, again, going back with Jose mentioned about the permits that he is issuing. So this is graph, it only goes back to March. So as to March, we have only saw 108 new meters. So that's new properties that are gonna be built. In comparison to last year, where it was 297 meter installs that we did.
Are we okay? Well, we okay on supplies for meters?
Yes, we are. We're definitely, we have this enough stock to supply if they come in and request new meters.
We should be seeing a boom in the next 8 months. So.
Yes, and we're making sure that our inventory is increasing, so we definitely meet those requirements. And for new utility accounts, so as of now, we only have 573 accounts. So this new utility account doesn't mean new properties, it only means that new customers are moving around or renting more houses. So this does not relate to new meter install. And for business licenses, we have renewed 926 business licenses this year. So March, we issued 286 yard sale permits. And also we issued 234 new business licenses. The revenue that we have collected so far, it's 94,412.50 compared to last year, which was $85,000. And our active business licenses, we have local, we have 696. And as a whole, we have 1,350. And that shows you that we're having more local businesses, but as a whole, we have less business licenses since compared to last year's. And that's my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. How's people responding to the Yuma County Water Users Association about the
The letter that you
transition?
asked me the other time? Yeah, like I said, we only had 3 people that answered to those letters and actually did the conversion of their water rights. As for the rest, they haven't, well, they have reached back to us, and once I provide them the options that they have, that's about all the things that they do. So they get their information and they don't come back, or they don't want to move forward with the conversion of the water rights.
Thank you.
Until they get the $1,000 bill behind.
Yes.
Or $2,000.
Quite real question on the amount of the yard sale permit. Are we still, I had a couple complaints this past 6 months that they have to come and do it, then come back because we still need to do department write-offs on those. Is that kind of, I mean, for something we're doing as a courtesy, should we just avoid that whole process?
I will definitely have to look into Jose and see if we can facilitate that process. So whenever a customer comes in and applies, they don't have to come back and pick up their yard sale.
No, but the whole purpose of doing that was because they were having sales every weekend.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying the process of having to come back again and pick up the permit the next day or the morning, the idea is to become touchless, less traffic, and I mean, less staff time too, because you're seeing that person twice. I'm not saying remove the process, the fee or whatever, it's just.
And we could definitely can look into see if they have how many licenses have throughout the year. So we could do that in our department. But I will have to get with Jose and see if we can better that process to have the people not coming back again for that.
Because those don't have to go to the fire department to sign off and all
No,
that stuff.
only goes to Jose's department and comes back for us, and we do the printing out the application, and then the customer has to come in and pick it up the license.
I got a few complaints, but I'm saying that's a lot of 286. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's averaging 1 per day, I guess.
Definitely go get back to Jose and
Good deal. Lunchtime? Okay, so for an hour?
Yes. for an
So
hour.
let's do an hour, guys, porque sí, estoy que-
So we'll have lunch on the admin wing, and we have a couple of things for everyone.
Next group. No pressure, guys. No pressure, just a little bit of, no sé, interdepartment competition. ¿Qué pasó? Exactamente. Y lo que deben de decir son los departamentos más importantes. I don't know who they are, pero a ver qué dice. No, that's good. A ver, vamos a ver. Estamos a Office of the City Clerk. Sonia, oh, ¿ves? Like I said.
15 minutes, Sonia, ¿eh?
Si te pares de ahí, habla, por favor.
De ahí de lejos, pues, ¿qué tiene? Yeah, there we go. No, proud of you guys. Really proud of you guys. Thank you. So we have Office of the City Clerk, Sonia Cornelio, City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
Good afternoon.
My presentation will be short. So we're going to start with some of the updates that I have for my department. And I just want to make everyone aware that we're going to continue to promote the awareness and the enforcement of records management for the different departments throughout the city. And we're going to continue to process all the public records that we receive. And the number that you currently see is for the calendar year of 2021. And this is just for informational purposes. And then we're going to continue to prepare all the agendas for all the council meetings. And again, I have demonstrated the number of meetings that were held during 2021. And with that, I'm happy to announce that we're going to start the implementation, of the agenda access code via QR, or it's an agenda access using a QR code. So it's going to look something like this, and we're going to have this at the table where we usually place our agendas. And we're going to be also posting this on our bulletin boards. And this is for the public's access to all of agendas, not only councils, but all agendas for the city of San Luis. And even though we did not have an election last year, we will be having an upcoming election in August and November for 2022 for 1 mayoral seat and 3 council member seats. And for those that do not know, Cesar Chavez Cultural Center has been designated as a new mega vote center for the city of San Luis. So this will be the only sole location for voting for the residents of San Luis. So the Yuma County Library San Luis branch will no longer be a polling place. So now we're gonna have to go to the Cesar Chavez to cast our votes. And this is my proposed budget for 2023. And the significant increase that you see is due to the upcoming elections that are scheduled for August and November. And that concludes my presentation. I really thank you for your time and your support. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Don't say what you feel. Oh my God.
Muy bien, I'm impressed. Good
No
job.
car, no nothing.
Mira,
That's why they're going faster, because we gave them everything they wanted in the past. Whatever.
And we're very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So
No,
I'm giving you a break this year, but next year, probably we're gonna be asking for something else.
Un carro, algo.
Monica's face, look at Monica, she's like, what?
No,
Are
good,
there any questions?
good job, Mika. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to mention the QR code. Sonia's being modest, but that's the first in our area. So they're very proactive in providing that information.
I think we're the first city in Yuma County that will be promoting or implementing this.
Excellent.
Can I give you, so you said you're gonna place it on the table?
Yes, we're gonna be having it here at the entrance for the council chambers, and we're gonna be posting it at the bulletin board. So it's gonna be the same code, and it's gonna take us to the link for all the agendas for the city of San Luis. Again, it's not only for council agendas, but for the different boards and commissions.
Might want to also get some nice acrylics and hang it on the walls, but otherwise. just-
Absolutely,
Like I said,
yes.
that más bonito, tu great idea. I like it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good job. Gracias. Thank you so
Thank
much. Okay, so time looks good. We're going to go with information technology. Derek Dueñas, Information Technology Manager. I know Derek is always asking for servers, so no say. Good job, Derek.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Derek Dueñas, IT Manager. No service this year, but maybe next fiscal year or the following fiscal year. The mission statement for the Information Technology Department is to empower our organization through the use of reliable, secure, and accessible information technology to better serve our community. Some of the accomplishments for fiscal year 2020 include improvements to our cybersecurity infrastructure, communications infrastructure, and implementation of new technology. We implemented remote work capabilities. This was, of course, during the pandemic. We did not have the resources available to employees to be able to work from home. It was a challenge, but ultimately we were able to implement something that not only allowed us to work remotely, but also in a secure manner, because as you may be aware, cybersecurity is it's something that's trending, or it's very important right now. A lot of other organizations are being hit hard by cyber incidents, cyber threats. So it is something that my department has as a high priority.
Derek, can I interrupt you on that one? I just want to say that we have to. The fact that the hospital was attacked and they blocked the system for almost 8 days. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So we really need to focus in our cybersecurity. We need to focus on our information being, do we have our servers in a separate location?
Yes,
Or-
absolutely.
Okay, we have to. And I think that's a must, because it's not a matter of it's a matter of when it will occur. And we have to get ready. And we need to have a backup. And no, definitely. Derek, you're thinking the right thing, because it's a matter of time. Okay.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Apart from implementing remote work capabilities, we also joined a multi-state cybersecurity network for information sharing. What this does is this provides us with any information on any occurring cyber incidents that are happening in other states or within the state of Arizona. That this is very, very big and very useful to us. If we know that something is trending, if there's an incident that's happening in our surrounding areas, if we know what happened, if we know how we can protect ourselves, it's very useful that we get that information as soon as possible. So that way we know what it is that we need to do and we can act quickly. Some of the objectives for the upcoming fiscal year include implementing IT policy to address critical aspects of business operations, and to continue to implement or install new fiber optics for our remote locations. We also need to adopt a modern cybersecurity framework, set of standards that we can follow, something that we know can adopt new trending and new cybersecurity practices. We currently do not follow a framework like that within the city of San Luis. And our goal for the next fiscal year would be not only to adopt as a framework, but also to get certified. The one I'm looking at is it's called CMMC. There are 5 levels to that. I believe we should be able to get certified on the first level this upcoming fiscal year, but my goal would be to get us certified on level 2. Also, another objective that we have for the next fiscal year is to initiate a resource sharing group. That will be something for the community. I know there are a lot of small businesses that they don't have IT resources. They don't have an IT department. So very similar to the program that the city is currently in on a multi-state level. I'm thinking something more for the community where we can share information with them. For capital improvement projects, we are requesting funds for communications towers. And this is for critical sites, wastewater, and for the new police department and fire department. We're also requesting funds for installation of fiber optic cable at remote locations. Also within the capital projects, we're requesting funds to purchase Darktrace. That is a modern cybersecurity system with a 24/7 intrusion detection. We have been using it for this past year. We had it as a trial run. It has been working pretty good. It gives us a lot of visibility, something that we didn't have before. Very important to have this system. Even though we had a position, a cybersecurity position, the last fiscal year. We lost that position. They moved to another company, and it has been very hard trying to fill that position.
They're hard to find, especially cybersecurity.
And then we've been keeping busy. Cybersecurity, like I said, is #1 priority right now. And you know, I get alerts at any time of the day, weekends, nights. It's not fun, but of course, it's very important that we act quickly. And also within the cybersecurity area, we're requesting funds to purchase Splunk. That is the service that allows us to collect logs for any type of information system, and that allows us to be able to detect any abnormalities within our network and be able to act quickly as well. I also have replacement of iPads. They're over 5 years old. That's just for department heads. I am requesting to replace those iPads with Surface Pros that will provide be more useful for department heads, be able to remote work, be able to access applications, Windows applications that they currently don't have access to on the iPad. And also Office 365, that will be replacing our Exchange servers, our Exchange service, which is on premise right now. Office 365 is completely hosted cloud, and it provides other tools that will be very beneficial for departments in terms of collaboration, accessibility, and for business continuity. And for personnel requests for the next fiscal year, we're requesting an administrative assistant. That's a part-time position. I don't know how hard or how easy it would be to get that position, but it would definitely help us with all the administrative work that we do have to do, just like any other department. Right now, all the administrative work is being done by the help desk position that we have. The other position is the video production and operations specialist. This position would assist with social media, video, and audio systems. I believe I spoke about it on one of the work sessions.
You did. Good job.
This is the IT organizational chart. 8 positions in total. That's including graphics and media specialist, and including 1 vacant position for the network and security administrator. That's it. That's all I have. Any questions?
focus on that cybersecurity. And good job.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No van this time?
We're thinking about it, but no, I think we're okay right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know you are. I know you are. That F-250 four-wheel drive, custom made. Yeah. Good job. Good job. We're gonna go with the risk management division. Maya Savori, risk management coordinator. Oh, wow, it's our last one.
I'm gonna try to make it less than 15 minutes, but I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I'll try. Which one's the one to? Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Maria Savori, Risk Management. I'm gonna start off by giving you an update on how we're doing currently with claims. So far, the pool has paid out a combined amount of close to 18,000 in combined claims of property damage, auto damages, and notice of claims. We've received 5 property damage reports, and one of those 5 has been submitted through our insurance. The rest have been either taken care of in-house, or they were minor and didn't need any repairs. So it's just one that's being processed by the insurance. Auto damage reports, we received a total of 18, and 5 of those 18 were submitted to the insurance. And the same, the rest were either minor or repaired by our fleet. Notice of claims, we received 4, and they're all still under investigation or are under settlement process. Okay. Workers' comp paid out so far 64,161, and total injuries submitted 24, and 14 of those injuries required for further medical evaluation and were processed through our workers' comp insurance. Respiratory conditions, we've received 37, and those were COVID related mostly. And 8 of those claims were processed through our insurance and required further medical evaluation. All other illnesses, and these include the bloodborne pathogen exposures, we received 5, and 2 of those claims were processed through our pool. The city received a dividend for fiscal year ending 2021 in the amount of 238,000. And we just received a note this week that we're going to be getting one for this closing of this fiscal year for 240,000. And so this is based on how we do in claims as a pool, as a whole, and we've been doing good. So since the last 4 years, I think we've been doing good on claims, and we've been getting money back from the pool. Okay. The OSHA PEP program, the city has been contracted with the OSHA PEP program for a few years now, since 2019, and we just recently renewed the contract for 3 additional years. This slide reflects the different divisions that OSHA visited throughout the current fiscal year. And also, as per recommendation from the consultant, the OSHA consultants, the city hired a third-party agency to conduct an asbestos and lead assessment at the municipal court due to the age of the building. And we had good results. There was very minimal asbestos, lower than whatever the threshold is on the requirements of for us to be for levels of concern, as well as lead. We did good. So as the judge mentioned, there was a scare for a while, but it came out good. We are also excited to report, and we reported this on this week's council meeting. We received an OSHA Safety Award, and it was issued by the Industrial Commission in Phoenix, April 11th. And this award represents all of our employees and them taking steps to be safe at work. And we were recognized as a city, and both Yoli and I from facilities, we represented the city, and we're excited to have received that award. So this slide shows the trainings that have been made available. Mostly they were online because of COVID. We weren't able to gather in groups. So most of the trainings were made available virtually. And just recently, a few months, maybe 2 months, we started bringing back the in-person trainings. Some of those are to mention a few: asbestos awareness, confined space, respirator safety training, and fitting test. And this past week, we had the fire extinguisher refresher, and that was provided by our fire department. We also had the emergency evacuation drill for facilities, and that was provided by risk management. Safety programs. Risk management assisted with implementing a few safety programs throughout the year. And to name a few, the respirator safety program for wastewater, which consisted of Pinnacle handled the medicals, conducted fitting tests in-house, and training was also conducted. The written program was also issued. COVID-19 safety programs and protocols for employees were implemented as well, and both Kay and I worked closely together to make sure that as changes occurred, we maintained those updated. Just finalized the emergency evacuation written program with facilities. Also assisted the police department with reviewing and updating their written program for phlebotomy. And currently working with facilities on implementing and establishing a hazard assessment program for their division. And also currently working with recreation and finalizing the resident incident reporting program and process. Okay, so our risk pool, they offer risk prevention programs that are currently offered by them at no additional cost to the city. And I wanted to go over them quickly because I know not everyone's familiar about what's being offered currently, and these are for risk prevention. Under the shield, mental wellness, this is fairly new. This is for first responders. They offer peer support, stress coaching, mental health services, and a certificate of insurance management. This is a system that is also fairly new, and it allows us to keep track of certificates of insurance submitted to the city by our vendors. The Vector online safe personnel, that has been in use for a few years, but it allows us to offer online trainings to our employees, which consist of safety and HR trainings. Property appraisal program, the insurance, they assist us with conducting appraisal updates for city properties, and that takes place every 2 years. Safety source videos, this is a new program too that will be implemented shortly. And it also offers virtual training related to safety topics. The cybersecurity program, this is a BitSight complimentary member subscription, and they offer a different variety of consulting services in relation to IT security matters. GatherGuard is a third-party insurance for special events offered to vendors or residents at discounted prices. The PAL program, this program provides specialized legal advice to determine appropriate next steps in personnel matters. Law Enforcement Assistant Program, this program provides specialized legal advice on a variety of law enforcement topics and court decisions. The Intergovernmental Agreement Assistant, This program provides our city attorneys with legal advice and help with draft IGA language for intergovernmental agreements, mutual aid, and automatic aid agreements. Land use assistance. This program is available for legal consultation on any land use or zoning issue. And the last one, firefighter exposure tracking system, which we're currently working on setting up for our fire team. This is a tracking system available for firefighter exposure. It documents both physical and behavioral health exposures throughout fire personnel career. Okay. For budget requests, and I wanted to thank you because I already got a car too. The van was not turning on anymore. But
So noted.
I'm currently asking for some help, some office support help, part-time. As you know, I'm a one-person
Team?
division,
Okay.
and I wanted to see if I could get assistance for covering the office and for clerical everyday tasks as the workload's increasing, and I'd appreciate some help for me. And I'm requesting 14,600 for office support. I'm also requesting $25,000 for professional services. And that would cover consulting services to help us write the safety policies and procedures, as well as write and update safety programs for the departments that need them. Also, we also need assistance conducting hazard assessments, which are required by OSHA and are currently not being processed, but this is for all city jobs, duties that present a safety and health hazard. On our proposed goals for the new fiscal year is to implement our safety policies and procedures, revamp the safety committee, and implement the new certificate of insurance software, and establish a reporting system. Okay, and here are a few pictures of different risk management activities that have happened throughout the year, such as inspections, trainings, fitting test programs, and the receipt of the safety award. And that's it. Have any questions?
For being a one-man person or one, I mean, you're doing a lot. And I appreciate that. Maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago, we did have a risk management person. And I asked, what did you do? What do you do? And so it's obvious what you do. It's obvious that you've taken this at a different level. The training that you're required, the different resources available to our employees and to ourselves. I mean, it's great. So thank you. And you definitely need the help.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you.
gracias por todo. Thank you.
Yeah,
Any
appreciate
questions or
it.
comments from council? If not, we're done. Okay, closing statements, closing remarks from mayor and city council. I'm going to ask that each council member say a little something they want to say. I normally do it at the beginning, but I really wanted to do it afterwards. And so we're going to start. Por favor.
I want to say thank you to all of you for the hard work in the budget process. I know it really takes a village to get this done, and especially this beautiful book that we got. So thank you all of you guys for the hard work. I do want to emphasize one of the comments Monica made about the strategic planning for the budget this year that we saw, not only for this fiscal year, but for the next fiscal years as well. That truly means that we have a vision of growth, and we can see it. We don't just hear it by mouth, we also see it in paper. And I think that's crucial, that we show the community, that we show our residents, our citizens, that we are planning ahead and we are working hard to make San Luis the best or continue being the best city to live in. Your hard work truly reflects on all your projects. It looks very promising. I'm excited to see a lot of these things get accomplished and working with you guys and supporting you throughout the journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be very short like Sonia. I want to thank you, everybody. I'm very proud of all the departments that had doing very good job. And keep it up and be doing like you're doing right now. I don't think any department has less than the other ones, but very proud of you guys. Thank you.
Short and sweet so we can get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work, your dedication. You are awesome team. I see a lot of the teamwork, a lot of, the friendships that you have developed over the years, and that's always a good thing to work in an environment like that. The budget process this year I thought was to the point, speedy, well thought of. I know from what I hear from Monica and Louis that you guys met several times and prioritized and took care of business. And so thank you all. We were elected to serve our community, and I think that everything that you guys do is with the ultimate goal to serve our community, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Which is to reiterate what the fellow council members said, you guys, I think every department stepped up on this budget retreat. The presentations, you could tell the time you guys spent on there to make it easy. And I think that's one of the reasons we're able to finish up 3 hours, 4 hours earlier today. So thank you guys. Keep up the great work. Everyone's working as a team. And to follow up on what Councilmember Cabrera said, the strategic planning is important. And I think letting the residents know what we're thinking and also reminding them that we started thinking this way 8 years ago to make sure we're at where we're at today. This is something that is not overnight. Like everybody knows, we've been working almost 10 years and getting us to this point, making sure everybody has brand new cars. No one's asking for stuff this year. So now we got to plan for the growth of the city that we're seeing. So thank you guys and keep up the great work. And no department is bigger than another. We're all equal.
Unos poquitos más
Yes. Unos poquitos ahí. Pero yeah, but appreciate it. And let's also remind the public, every department has a way to let the public know what you guys do. Utilize their social media and let them know, because people forget. I mean, I was talking to a resident the other day and they're like, oh yeah, I forgot that the Jorduño Park was dirt before in the parking lot. Yeah, that got done 10 years ago in the last 10 years. So let's remind the people what we do, because we focus on doing the stuff, but we forget to remind them. So utilize the tools, your budget, and let's remind people. So you guys deserve the applause. So thank you guys.
I like to be last because it's hardest. Porque ya dijeron todo, which is a good thing. But I just want to say that we've been through a lot. The city of San Luis has been through a lot. We've gone through a pandemic. Last year when we were working on the budget, no sabíamos. We were not sure. We knew that we needed not to spend. We knew that we needed to protect our resources because we didn't know what was going to happen. But it turns out we really protected our resources and we did a good job. Now the challenge will be, we have all these projects, all the CIP projects, everything looks good on paper, but are we going to be able to do them in a fiscal year? I think maybe 75, 80% we are. The others we're not dependent on, we're dependent on the market. But I just want to say you stepped up to the plate. You did what you had to do and you delivered. There's a reason why our budget is $88 million plus. We've never seen a budget that big. But then again, there was a surplus. There was a project we didn't do. And we were very smart about it. We were able to purchase most of the vehicles needed, which is a huge, huge benefit. We have been able to maintain our benefits at the same cost. You don't hear that any other places. Everyone is increasing the cost. So that speaks volumes. We were still almost 77%, what is it, paramedics in our fire. That's huge. Even that number is high for any city. We're already thinking of a police station, a fire station. And you're right, Chief Angel, you're right. We didn't think we were going to be a two station fire city. We're actually going to get bigger than that. But we need to be smart about it. And we need the right employees. Guess what? We do have the right employees. And we appreciate that. Every year, the demand gets higher. But you know something? Every year you make it seem it's easier. It's not easier. It's more complicated. But you guys are getting better and better. And you see that in your reports. Everyone who talked didn't hesitate this time. It was beautiful. I thought that our new guy over there, or Billy, was going to hesitate. Oh no, le gustó estar arriba. He really liked being there. And you stepped up to the plate. And that's what you do here at the City of San Luis. Our population is very young, and our employees are very young también. You have needs, and there's a reason you're working for the City of San Luis. We're growing smarter. We're getting better. We're growing smarter. But just wait. We're just getting started. Because the real change is going to happen in the next 5 years. That's a real change. We grew in population, but for the next 5 years, not only are we going to grow in population, but also businesses. So we need to streamline how to start a business. We need to streamline our procedures. Billing, perfect. You're already thinking ahead. And so every single department is so important for the City of San Luis. Every single. I mean, wastewater. It's just amazing what they do. And over the next weeks, over the next couple of months, we're really going to try to promote what the city does. So you've been asked, I know by Jose Luis, regarding giving out, what have you done? ¿Qué lo que ha pasado? Let's promote this. Let's promote your department. We're really going to push things we've done, because we have some people saying that we haven't done nothing. Really? Really? We've grown close to 47, 38%. Our population is now 39,000 hitting 40. And it's actually higher. So on behalf of council, on behalf of my office, les doy las gracias por todo lo que hacen. You've done a great job. You outshine yourself. You've really done it. And we are all proud of every single department. Yo no puedo decir un departamento que it's wasting. None. You've done a great job. Okay, so this year is going to be the challenge, but I have a feeling the following year is going to be a little bit tougher, because we're not going to have that surplus. We're not going to, I mean, hopefully, but let's think ahead. Let's think 10, 20 years ahead. Es muy importante, because I remember when the mayor, I used to say that we're going to be bigger than Yuma, and we are, and we have the land. That's why we really have to work on the annexation. We really have to work on that. We really have to work on our future water rights on the Colorado River. We really have to do that. We really have to get our transportation, our traffic situation under control. And Mr. Vera, no pressure, but we have to. Building safety, ya se fue? Oh, Jose, oh, there we go. Jose, we have 27 big projects, 26 big projects. It's amazing for the city. And we should tell people what we're doing, because it only takes one person to make a video and says, la ciudad no hace nada. Están dormidos. We haven't stopped working since day one. Okay. Antes teníamos 4 projects you mentioned. Now we have 26, 27 projects. That's amazing. Parks and Recreation. No cabemos en un parque. We're going to have a big park that's been taking 2 years in the making. Okay, so I commend you. I want to say something about police. Thank you, Chief, because we depend so much on our traffic control. It's amazing. And please thank the guys and girls for stepping up to the plate, because it really, really takes a lot of work from you guys. So I just want to say, and special thanks to Jose Luis, to Crystal, to Francia for setting up this great, because it was good. This is very, very functional, and I like that. Because we need to spend time with our family. We spend way too much time here at City Hall, de veras. Let's value family. Louis, thank you, de veras. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hard work you've done. And council, gracias for stepping up also. So that's all I'm gonna say. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Descansen. Una heladita. I'm talking about water, okay? So cuídense, take care. I will now motion to adjourn. There's a motion, there's a second. All those in favor? Aye. That's again a need. All those against? Motion carries. Have a good night, guys. Gracias. Thank you.